So I decided to have pancakes and coffee. I already had a little coffee. I'm gonna have a little more coffee. Be right back. I'm just making brunch. Chad just pulled up for lunch. We're out of water in the RV. How you doing? I was just making, come in and make some pancakes. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. All right, mix. Easy now. Hope everybody's having a good day. I already had coffee. It was black coffee though. I ain't had my pumpkin spice for the day. I didn't quite have enough coffee. And the pumpkin spice, although it's not really like strong artificially, I believe they just ground up cloves in this shit. But I find it's a lot better if you like half and half the mix. It's not as pumpkiny, I guess. I gotta fill the RV tank back up. We're out of water over here. No wonder the fucking pump was so slow. Duh. We're out of water. I don't put a whole lot of water in the holding tank. It's just, I mean, while I'm in the freshwater area, it's just a lot of extra weight to carry around in the RV. And I really don't like that state parks water very much. Chad's got better water. I'm waiting on the tenants there, Tom and his wife Amber, there to get back from Home Depot. They're getting some stuff for the house, but I'm gonna go over there and finish the kitchen today. Tom's gonna cut up the floorboard for me. So I'm just not the guy that's gonna wrestle it out from under that damn kitchen. I'm just not doing it. Too much fucking physical torque that I'm just not. Uh-uh. I beat myself up laying the tile. I was like, man, I can't do this. Someone else is gonna have to do the tearing up of that floor. It's only like a 3 foot section, but still, I'm I'm not gonna be the guy doing it. That's why the kitchen still needs finished. Nobody's done it yet, but I'm gonna go help. I'm gonna supervise, point, and be like, here, do that. Hey, kid, what are you doing?
Things.
I guess you knew we were out of water.
No.
No? I didn't either. We're going to have to fill the tank.
Gotta beat Daddy.
We can hook up to the water over here, too. I intend to do that tonight. Kick out the generator.
Pick it up to Daddy.
What are you doing, Chiquito?
He's being deep. Like always. You get the kitchen done then?
Hmm?
Kitchen's
Not
done
yet. No, they haven't got home from Home Depot. I'm eating lunch before they get here.
It's your fault, Chico.
Because I'm hungry. I was ready to go over there and do it earlier.
It's your fault, Chico.
I wanted to get the Home Depot thing done first.
Chico's fucked. Listen to it.
Huh?
Listen to him. He's fucked.
Great. Great. Nothing new there.
Oh, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him.
He's fucked. He's
He can't control his leg.
Oh, poor
Control his
Chico.
leg.
He's so tormented. Why you let him do that to you, Chico?
He can't control
You,
his leg.
you know you just look like a little bitch over here just kicking your leg. He's like, I don't care. He's like, ow! He's losing it even more. Oh, poor Chico. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh shit. Look at him. He can't take it anymore. He's like, ah! He's so much fun to fuck with.
Oh,
He's very ticklish. Little Ito. How we doing over here? Hey, John. Hey, Judith.
oh.
Mary. We making some, World War III started. I wasn't kidding. Our government planned your death a long time ago. I stood down as senatorial investigator, even though I had enough of senators to change the laws on hemp, which was illegal. Every motherfucker wearing it on the planet. The fact that they planned your death was non-negotiable, so I decided to stand down and warn. And yeah, you throw all kinds of confirmations at me. I already knew it was coming. I really wasn't guessing. Um, Make America great again, though.
Look at Chico. He's fucked. So fucked. Did you close the door?
You what?
Did you close the door?
No,
Seeing how you're up.
no. I had it open for a reason because I wanted it open.
No reason. Chico's in here.
That ain't my fault. Why are you in here? I thought you was out there doing stuff.
No.
No, I
No.
see that now. Crazy kid.
Uh-huh. Look at Chico.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving blood. Now he's overloaded. Gonna fall asleep.
He's always overloaded.
He's gonna fall asleep, yeah.
Hmm?
I said he's gonna fall asleep, yeah. He got overloaded. Okay.
I was watching this one this morning again, bouncing around. Fucking big back wave
It's your fault, Chico.
of fucking solar wind. What else do you think it is?
Chico.
Fucking cow farts from beyond?
It's Chico.
There's a fucking solar wind blowing up our ass.
No, it's Chico.
That's what solar winds do.
It's Chico's fault. Oh. If you look at it from a big scale, it is still a cow fart. So therefore, it is cow fart.
Mm-hmm. Cow farts warming the planet. From behind the planet.
Yep. He's got a pancake Chico.
They built those bunkers because they knew what was coming. Long story short, simple and sweet.
He's got a fucking pancake Chico.
They planned World War III around this event. They want you gone before before we realize we're surrounded by multiple suns and planets.
Because of Chico.
Because 7 billion ignorant, scared people would dig into their bunkers. Simple as that. And
Get that fucking sky racing Chico.
That's what it's based on. Their fear.
Chico. They're scared of Chico.
They are terrified of Chico and his little wee magnet.
Are we sure he has a magnet? He keeps saying he's soulless. He keeps saying he's soulless.
Well, you know, now you remind me. Chico may be void of the magnet field. I'm not sure.
He keeps saying how soulless his eyes are.
He's a soul sucker.
Are you sure he has a magnet?
Soulless, soul sucking eye.
Oh, God. I just say he has his tongue sticking out. Look.
Mm-hmm.
I am innocent.
I know, right? Innocent little cheeky Ito.
I am innocent. There's a sky.
Sky raisins, Chico. The breakfast of champions. Champion poodles.
I love how we're talking about how he's so soulless. So he has his tongue sticking out. He's like, idiot. I am teen and I am innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Why you got your tongue sticking out? You still got it sticking out. Why are you?
I must have left my cup in there. Oh, dear. I know.
Oh, dear.
Evil daddy.
Evil.
Pancakes and coffee. What's up, Glenn? How you doing? Good morning to you. I see you're doing well. Hi, Kat. Good to see everybody. It is a beautiful day here in Tennessee. 50% rain, but it's like 70, 71. Yeah, John, it seems like humanity waking scares them more than anything. They hadn't planned for that. They seem to be in panic over it. I have a feeling if all of society knew that how deep into revelations we are, they would be equally as disappointed in the elite for the bullshit show they're giving. Mark of the Beast always had me worried. Reading it and the way it shit. We just saw it delivered as they said it would be, with restrictions and everything. And she didn't faze me much, other than the death it brought to those who submitted in fear. Attacks on Iran, yeah, that's going to go well, don't you think? Just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, we're at war with everybody. China, Russia, Iran, Gaza. They won't even call it Palestine. Having a discussion with Daniel today about religion and how all of them have a little bit of the truth. And you got to discern for yourself through reading all of them to get most of the big picture. And I agree. That's how they set it up. That way, the Christians can have Jesus and the Christ. The Christ being the red words and using meek to inherit the earth and living as he leads, not, you know, anything about a savior or somebody who dies for your sins, or that came with the Jesus cult. But it's wrapped around the truth, the little bit of lie. But the truth is always there in some of the, some of the truth, a little bit. But they don't give you the right framework. And, if they give you the right framework, like fucking Jesus talk about frequency and magnetism, sure as hell make a lot more sense as words. And that's the way it is with the Buddhists and the Muslims and everybody else on the planet, including the zodiacals. They know it's the 12 houses ruling over them, but that's as deep as they go. They don't know what those houses represent or why they were made. Oh, to keep track of time. Well, yeah, but for what purpose? It actually has nothing to do with you. It's those who rule over you. It's a bloodline feud. But if you take it down to the original and you see where these fuckers have come down and decided they want to judge over men's souls, they divided up the planet, told you the players on the planet, where they go and what they do. And lo and behold, all the Asians were birthed from a female dragon. Well, that's Inky's fucking niece. Or Enlil's niece. Or Inky, my bad. Inky, I was right the first time. Inky's niece. That took the Asian region. And you find this out reading the cuneiform being the language of the gods, because it's the language they brought from their planet. They derived our languages and taught us language to divide us semantically. In no religion does the whole truth reside. Truth, looked at from any angle, looks the same. That's how you can discern truth. They did these religions to divide us, just like they've done the money and the castes and class systems, etc., etc., etc. That's all a religion is, a device they use to hide us from ourselves. Hi, Linda. Our Creator created a vast, amazing creation that's actually really simple, simple, flawless, and amazing. It doesn't require a calculator to understand, or a deciphering stick. Pretty straightforward, but you got to have the right context. It's a magnet in every atom, in your chest, and mothers too. It's our old language. It doesn't lie. It's like numbers. It's frequency. It's intent. Pure intent can't come without knowing. And we knew each other's hearts. Makes total sense when you have the right perspective, the right framework. The cuneiform tells us clearly that the Anunnaki do not have a sheath over their penis. And we began the ritual of shaving boys' penises so we look more like the gods. They began the ritual again over here in the United States under the guise that it would protect your baby from sexual diseases and all that stuff recently. But you start looking into the history of it, and it began over here in the big movement of it in the beginning, because you don't want your little boy to go to hell for touching his fucking penis. And it's their sensory part of their penis that you're clipping off. And you sit here and I got on social media and started watching all these good Christian ladies get all upset when the Imam starts clipping little girls over there. There's like a dozen of them lined up, talking about, oh, my little pussy got lit. I'm like, damn. Don't hate. I didn't say it's right, but you just clipped your little boy. You know? No, it's not right that they're clipping girls. It's not right that you just clipped your little boy. So stop hating people and start fucking healing. You know, it's like, oh, they should die. They should die over there for doing that. No. You've been just misdirected, thinking it's okay for your boy to get clipped. Well, they believe it's okay for their girls to get clipped. And neither one of them are okay in my book. That's just redundant hypocrisy at best. That's why religions were made. So we do stupid shit like that and hate each other over stupid hypocritical shit. Depending on the mass population to be smart enough to figure that out, though, after generations of dumbing us down, yeah, Creator wants to take these souls home in mass. We've been recycled here for a while, and Mama just needs a skeleton crew to carry through. How many do we need to make the shields strong enough to last through this blast? Oh, Creator got that. Everybody else gets to leave the magnet side of the EM field and hang out in the E field for a while, unmolested by a race of beings that thought they needed to judge over anybody's soul when they need to look inside their own. These fuckers are so arrogant to even utter that. Oh, we decided to judge over men's souls. Who says yours is so enlightened, coming up with ideas like that? Written in their hearts. Yep, darn straight. It's almost like they knew what was coming. Like I said, they were misdirected as we are, the ones doing the misdirecting. The truth they know comes out of fear. They never understood us, and we scared them. They say so in their own language. And they had to divide us because there's nothing we couldn't accomplish that they couldn't. Good old Charles just got coronated on the tablet of destiny from Mesopotamia. Obviously, the ruling class believes they exist. Obviously. That's why they dug these bunkers. Yeah, it's one of those. It's definitely a wow, an eye-opening wow. I've given everybody the world the 33rd degree secret. Yeah, they'll tell you it's all fantasy. It's not fucking real. Oh, that's myth. No, it's not a myth. It's the tales of a victor. writing their war winnings, the reveilles. And they twisted all that shit up and turned it into different religions. The Aboriginal tribes, all the legends have days without the moon. This moon was drugged here by two brothers, used against us and used to threaten us with floods, and the whole goddamn thing is laid out in legend and cuneiform for you. Go read that. It'll tell you your Bible stories and clearly why they twisted them. But they still use those Mesopotamian tablets of destiny handed down by Anu from planet Heaven, and that scepter that the Pope carries around to rule this world with, just like they have since Sumer and this whole tradition began. I really don't see how they hide that from people, other than the huge distractive everything they throw at us. Some of us can see through that shit, obviously. I don't care about the extravagant stuff they throw at me. I want to know what's real. The confetti, the light show, that kind of shit I reject. Always have. Well, okay. That's how I felt about it for a while. But the revelations in the Bible, fucking, that's definitely came out of cuneiform and world manipulation, knowing what was coming. And they started laying the script down way before I was born with the Balfour Declaration and creating Israel with Jews that are not Jews out of the Zionist half of the Nazi party. You can't make this shit up. Well, I guess if you do, you get busted by people watching you because I see what they're doing. That's for damn sure. They wrote in the end of days, Israel will be occupied by Jews that are not Jews. Well, Revelation 6:6, we literally, Crown Vatican DC Corporation, made that happen through great fucking pain and suffering and patriotism. That's not a random occurrence happening over thousands of years. That's directing to an end, following a script. 180 nations get their money printed from the same company. I know they talking about BRICS nations and they split and they're backing their shit with gold, but guess who's still printing their money? The same people that put the leaders in charge, that are directing the script, because they all know we live in a multiple sun system. And they can't have too many human beings up here when we start to realize what's going on, because we would dig their bunkers up. They don't want that. So they need to make sure there's not 7 billion people up here to make them feel safe in their bunkers. It's not about control or who's got more bitcoins. It's not about the AI. It's not about their weather manipulation. No one's having a weather war. The nukes, though, the famine, the pestilence, the common cold, the mark of the beast, all for you, and reducing the herd size. The creator is definitely in charge of this little show. If you're in the right knowledge and the right frequency, not a damn hair on your head's going to be harmed. Because you are the difference. And creator ain't going to have it no different. Me finding those temples in the back of Jessica's yard. One, if the Anunnaki weren't real, if Toph wasn't real, didn't actually describe that true, they would have not been there. If creator didn't want them found, now, for a single purpose, every hole I dug in the back of Jessica's yard would have been empty. And those temples wouldn't be there. I don't care how much homework I did. I would have been wrong just like everybody else in history looking for that lost city. Turns out I wasn't wrong. I think I've said it several times. The archaeology of the place, I don't give a fuck. There's one temple on this planet described in their own language by themselves very much to have the direct entrance to the halls of Amenti. He flew over the ocean thousands of miles, went over to Giza, built himself a fucking entrance under the Sphinx. He still got thousands of miles to travel, however, to get to the halls of Amenti from there. The one I just found is a direct entrance into the fucking hall. I walked down a fucking stairwell and there it is. That's the grand adventure. Voila, as they say. That's the significance of this temple. That's why I was so excited to find it, because I knew what it meant. It confirmed every fucking thing, number one, I had fucking suspected. With a growing higher suspicion every goddamn day, knowing these things were not fucking myth or just legend, they're real. And we've got tangible fucking proof. They're exactly where they should be. If you do your homework. I have so many friends pointing out that Eye of Africa as if that's the lost city of Atlantis just because it's a little concentric circle thing. Like, no. You clearly read he rose up over the temples as the water came in. And then he went east over the ocean to the land of Kim. Well, there is no ocean between the west coast of Africa and Egypt. But there is an ocean between Michigan and Egypt. He didn't say anything about a fucking being on the same continent or anything. He rode over the ocean, so it had to be over this way. Hey, Patrick, welcome back, man. Good to see you. Was but yeah, I think it's cool, the archaeology things going on and all that stuff, and people are recognizing this as an actual find. That's cool. In the big picture, I don't give a fuck. I know that's the exact door I need to go down to shove somebody a fucking boot down their goddamn throat, turn them fucking machines off. That's what matters to me about that find. I think it's cool. I got a fucking snakehead over here to show people. That's great. Guess what? I'm showing people so the masters know I'm at their door. They need to rethink. Creator said this is going to happen this way. They need to rethink before they choke on their last dinner. They need to re-fucking think themselves and their position in creation. And they need to shine their souls, get that shit tore down and back home. Or I'm going to come knocking that door down because I know where it is. I know where it is. You think I'm going to lay down and let them recycle fucking my soul again? Fuck you. I know for sure it's fucking real. I just found it. That's the significance of this fucking find to me. Anything else? Psst. Yeah, that's cool. Neat, there's a spaceship over there. I would much rather fucking just open up the door and shut the machines down. Then we can fucking talk. And that's the only place my heart is with this find. I'm like, okay, good, good. Now I know. Now I know. I know. I know. Again, like, I know ain't supposed to be fucking cartwheeling moon. I know that's the white temple of Thoth that he fucking described, and that is the fucking temple leading right into the halls of Menti. The dweller himself closed the door over his head as fucking Thoth rose up over the temple complex. I read it myself too many times to fucking know anything different. Mystery solved. It's not a myth. Mythological nothing. These things are real. They really came here and did what they say they do. Or none of that shit would have been found, and it sure as fuck wouldn't be in Jessica's backyard, where I could have just gone, dug a hole and found them. That's just a little too much coincidence for me. Don't you think? I mean, like, I didn't line that up. Creator did. Creator lined it up because he wanted to make sure we know where that fucking door is. That's the significance of the find. I don't really care what people think about rocks. Michigan's already recognized this shit as a find. We're going to make it a heritage site. Everybody in the world, if we make it through spring, We'll know. Agreed. Agreed, John. This is the end of times. These fuckers are done. And the recycled, abused children of creation are going to go back home and hang out with Creator. Have some Mai Tais. Get some soul repairing going on. It's been a long, strange adventure over here. Souls were not meant to grow by striving over each other. We're meant to grow by learning unconditional love and cooperation. That's when you know truth. It looks the same no matter which way you look at it, what angle you hit it at. It's the same. It's the truth. It doesn't change. And that's such a rare thing to fucking find in today's world on purpose. I'm happy to be alive too. I feel very privileged to have this knowledge. I wasn't even looking for it. What are you laughing at?
Right. What?
I said I wasn't even looking for this knowledge. You laughed. I said, what are you laughing at? I know it wasn't
dog taking a magic carpet ride.
I figured it was Cheeky Ito.
It was a dog the size of Chico taking a magic
I was minding my own business in a fucking interview with Steve Olson on WSO, and that motherfucking hieroglyph was dropped in my lap. I was like, oh shit. That began a fucking journey I never saw coming.
fucking dog the size of Chico on the carpet here did.
It's going to be a little bit of a ride for a while, John.
Fucking.
Poor Chico.
Dog the size of Chico just laying on the carpet and it just gets blown away by the wind.
Poor Chico. He's too small.
That would be exactly what would happen to Chico. The carpet he's laying on just turns into a magic carpet.
Magic carpet, and off he goes. That was funny. Yeah, John. Very strange. Life is stranger than fiction, I'm telling you. I've never seen such a crazy book. I've been woken to the fact that Creator can put a design into the whole big fucking scope and really fuck some evil shit up. I'm witness to that every day. They expose themselves, they make themselves known, they fucking make their motives known. What are you doing making him yelp?
He's entangled in his leash.
Oh, poor little Ego.
He's upside down.
Oh my goodness. This is little piggy noises. He's like, damn it. Me too.
Yep.
too much love. And she go lick stuff again.
You're gonna go show us the world on a magic cookie.
Licking the air. Oh, don't do that. You too teeny. He can get his leash wrapped up in his tail.
Get his belly. Oh, get his belly. Get it.
Hey, Sparkles, how you doing? I don't suppose you brought my pipe or the pot from the house.
Hmm?
I said, I don't suppose you brought the pipe or the pot from the
No.
house, did you?
That was your job.
Oh my God. Boy. Yeah, there's going to be some more earthquakes. Red Cross. It's like, yeah, government help. Yeah, we're here to help. Fucking run. Fucking run. Good coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I like that. A little bit of pumpkin spice coffee mixed in with the regular coffee gives it that hint of taste instead of the overpowering taste. Yeah, first time ever. It's not going to be the last. But it's got to start somewhere. Hmm. Well, obviously they've been gearing up for this war for a while and planning it, but a lot of people acting surprised. Starting to pick up a little bit of wind here. Hmm. I don't see any rain. Hey, girl. Yeah, I meet a lot of people that don't care. Well, you can't make them care. I appreciate the fact that you look and know what situation we're in. I hope you hold the understanding in your heart. I mean that planet has taken over 3 years now, been behind us like that, coming up on us, getting closer and closer, and it never crescented. I've been watching it every damn night, and it just doesn't crescent. That's definitely an intelligent being coming up on our butts. It doesn't want us scared to death. What's up, Ninja? How you doing? Good to see you. As bright as the sky is at night, you'd think more people would be wondering, why is my sky so damn bright? I uh, I took off out of here and came back 2 months later after being under the canopy up there in Michigan. You really can't see the sky from Jessica's very well at all. And now that I'm looking at the sky every day, it's like, Jesus, this has definitely changed over a 2 month period to the point that it's just really extremely noticeable. Good morning, excited. How you doing? And there hasn't been a moon out at night for the last week. And it's been up there by the sun, eclipsing and shit, you know? And every night it gets brighter and brighter and brighter. I'm all like, what the fuck did people think is lighting the sky? Yeah, yeah, it's been about 4 years now, Glenn, since we've really seen this interaction happening like this. Um, it's been really gentle, and we laid down on our side and shit. Fucking nobody even noticed. They got to come back, and be all like, "Oh yeah, we tilted a long time ago. Nobody noticed." Welcome to my world, NASA. I'm glad you are all looking because it's good to know what you're facing. That way, the day these things reveal themselves, you're not going to be all surprised and shitting yourself. Well, I don't know, me. I may shit myself. I, I don't like heights, and I know this shit gives me vertigo to look at. So I'm there with that vertigo thing. Like the one I saw was so big it truly made me feel like I was standing on the ceiling. And so does the one at night. I'm talking about the one I saw in the daytime. It was so big when the sky opened up, fucking Cherenkov rolled back. I was like, holy fuck me. That shit is fucking huge. And the one at night gives me vertigo when I'm looking at it. It's so big. It makes you feel like you're standing on the ceiling. It gives me that feeling. It's fucking crazy. But I'm not surprised they're there anymore. That's for sure. I just know I'm going to get vertigo that day. Bad. Oh, Glenn's seen it. From my yard, I showed him. I'd turn around. I was like, fuck, I can't even look at it, Glenn. It's just, I, I, I know it's there. It's all good. It makes me dizzy. What you doing, boy?
You Chico.
Chico, what?
No.
Trying to see if Tom and his wife got back yet. I can't tell from here. Nah, I didn't, Glenn, but I know it did me. It made me cry when I first saw it. Seamus was 6, and I was crying about that. I didn't know. I couldn't believe I'd brought a baby into this world at that time. And knowing what we know now, I mean, I would have not cried. I would have jumped for joy if I knew what I know now. Truly, would have jumped for joy the moment I noticed. I've been very excited. It's the homecoming. We're going home. We're going to original. Here it comes. But that wasn't my reaction. I was afraid for Seamus. I shouldn't be. Nice sparkles. I just made some drip coffee out my maker I got at the Goodwill. Fucking love that thing. Hey there, Daniel. How you doing? Do you see the snake? This has a little center dot inside there too. Looks almost like a fucking spear with the little sneaky snake over here. These are ones I hadn't seen before on this thing, but I hadn't turned it over to look at the bottom. And it's got one right there too. See the flower in the mouth. Mm. Mm. Those guys are upside down because the head's upside down right now. I had never looked in the inside to see that little fucking flower right here on the fucking snake tongue. Little feathered fucking serpent, man. The more I look at it, the more intricate it is. It's got more and more shit on there I hadn't even noticed. So it's pretty cool having a snake head, but all in all, it's really nice knowing where the halls of Amenti are. I think we'll be doing that soon, Daniel. I found a bunch of dickheads in a pit of dicks, huh? Let's see if you can see this. I was telling you how they make the mix with the sand that's in the pit. God damn it. Fuck you, YouTube. That's how they made these things fucking rock hard. How you doing, Vickers? They shot the mix with a magnetron that caused this flowery pattern throughout the whole matrix in this rock. It's all jade. It's actually been tested. It's jade. She took hers to an archaeologist or a geologist this week. You can see, that's where they broke the plume off right there. Right there. You can see it squared off right there on this sucker. Right there. The hieroglyphs. But I wanted to show you the flowers on this end going through it. The whole crystalline structure of it looks like a magnetron hit it and froze it. That's how they made these monoliths. I mean, we've literally got 2 10-ton jade statues sitting there, and those two are not the biggest ones on the property. This one here is, I mean, we got hundreds of the same effigy. The same effigies, and it's all the same. These things were poured into a mold and made hard like this. That's why they're flawless. Where's the parent stone for this jade? In Michigan. You gonna tell me they quarried this shit somewhere else, like thousands of miles away, and carried that fucking 10-ton fucking rock back to fucking middle of Michigan? No. I was in the hole they were making these things in. It took me a while, but I figured it out exactly what they were doing. Huh. That's interesting and probably useful. Earthquake drills for the state of Washington. Have you seen this one? I'm surprised they ain't been having them drilled all month. Yeah, they're getting ready. I found out they do tell the local responders some things. Like when I went around after I quit for Davis, I went around to the sheriff's offices making sure they were getting prepared properly. And they had told them just get prepared, and they were not preparing properly. And I told them what was coming, and they started preparing properly. As the Dutch were digging their first dikes, the Sumerians and Babylonians had perfected the technique. That's something I just heard yesterday on one of these documentaries I listened to. Decline of Civilizations or something like that channel. You saying that reminded me of that yesterday. I was like, yeah, that is true. Yeah, they better dike it up a little bit better. Reinforce that shit because it's coming. Hmm. Yeah, Vigorous, they didn't want to seem crazy like me and begin early. Figure one or two practices and then the real thing while it's fresh in your mind. It's like with this emergency broadcast thing, it's never really worked very well. It seems to be working okay this time. You duck and cover and kiss your ass goodbye. Make a song of it. They did it in the 50s. Duck and cover and kiss your ass goodbye. Do a little jig. Yeah, just all of a sudden. I'm glad y'all been watching for a while. Long enough to think, oh man, this guy's off his fucking rocker at least once. You ain't got the full experience if you didn't think I was fucking crazy at least once. that's that's all I got. Yeah, Vigorous. You ain't wrong there. That's what's important. Start feeling like your world's crumbling. You need to calm down and listen for a minute. You're gonna be told where to go and what to do. You got to be listening. I know because I've been shown it didn't make much sense until this month. I know what it looks like. Yeah, I couldn't fear death anymore now that I know what it is. I understand. I get it. It's like, oh, fuck. The fuck was I worried about? Truly. Love you too, Patrick. Boy!
Mm,
Go get my pipe of weed.
no,
Smoke a bowl. No?
no.
Okay, fine.
I get tea.
Cheers, everybody. Smoke a little pin delight. A Michigan apparition. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Oh dear. Schumann is definitely spiking, Glenn. There's a little bit of pressure on the planet's ionosphere. Blue skunk. Nice. That sounds good. A little bit of blueberry skunk mix, I imagine. Yep, I'm back. Fucking puffing like a chief. Well, Seamus here didn't want to go get my pipe. I said, fine, I got better than that. mm, I was just trying to be nice.
Right.
Okay. Oh, God. Little baby.
Hey.
Little baby. Little baby.
Wait.
Traumatizing to the baby. Gotta fuck with him at all times. Fucking amazing. Cheers, Paris. Nice. Homegrown's the best. You get it totally unkeefed. It's got all its little keefy shit all over it. If you got homegrown, you don't need anything else, man. That shit'll get you high, so high. Michigan's the new California. Everywhere I went up there, somebody wanted to give me some free weed. I was like, fucking hey! I like Michigan. Then we found the feathered serpent. A lot of them. A fucking lot of them. Okay, God. A lot of them. Jeez. Well, I am in Tennessee currently. Welcome to the corner. Seems I've seen you around the Patient 9 a few times. For a while now. You're like a lurker that went and did his homework quietly. God, y'all with your blueberries making me jealous. Blueberry is one of my favorites. Blueberry bubble gum is my favorite. That shit is just old school outdoor blueberry bubble gum. Fuck me, man. It don't get no better than that. Homework is the key, Patient. Yeah, I remember seeing you. God, before we left, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I haven't seen you around too much. So I could tell. You feel different. That's good shit. You're the person I put that information down for. People just like you, man. Come in and be like, what's going on? Crazy shit. And you're like, let me go look. I love that.
Get him, Chico. No. Got your ass, Chico. You didn't get him, Chico. Got your ass.
Yeah, I've been accused of being some kind of cult leader. I'm like, you know what? People learn better not interacting with me at all. That seems to be my best students right there. They just they don't talk to me for months. And then they'll come back, fucking shoot me with their magnet field. And I'm like, fuck yeah, you've been doing homework. I can feel a difference in people when they've got it. It's that intent thing. Once you start knowing, it completely changes you. It just does. It's an amazing change. It's definitely nothing to be afraid of. It's like, woo, yeah, this force is strong with this one. Kind of shit. Like, you can feel each other. I get a lot of practice with it over here in verification when I go from town to town and meet everybody. I'm like, you feel, and you strike me as you feel, and I'm learning that. It's awesome. Hey, now.
Now I get it.
Now you get it.
Now I get it.
Uh-huh. I see.
I got it after you got your pen.
Uh-huh. That's okay.
Now I stole Chico.
I see what you're doing
It's
there.
fucked. No, you're fucked, Chico. I got you.
Power level reads error.
Oh, you're fucked, Chico. I'm getting your belly.
That's what happens when Creator grabs hold of you. Your fucking power meter's off the scale. Poof.
Belly. Poor Chico. Look at how fucked he is.
When you start getting the goosebumps from the center of your back, you know you're in trouble now. You vibrating at a frequency you hadn't seen coming. I'm glad you went and learned, Nicole. I I read it on a wall. Creator directed this for us. I thank you just as much for learning. We all make this chain as strong as it is, and it wouldn't be strong without you. Stem cells are easy, Daniel. Come to find out, that's I mean, what are you gonna do when shit? We find out amazing stuff, and then you find out more amazing stuff on top of the amazing stuff, and top of the amazing stuff, and it's like it just keeps stacking. You found a truth, something you can fucking like verify in several manners, and a truth always looks the same, no matter how you look at it. That is one thing I've learned in this search for truth. I keep coming back to shit I've poo-pooed because I came to it at a different angle. It looked kind of crazy. Then I fucking come back around on different angles, looking at it, and it still looks crazy. But it still looks the same. It's like, oh wow. It blows your fucking mind. How many synchronicities you start finding when you start looking in the right direction. Oh yeah, I intend to. I mean, we're pointed west right now, and my intent is to hit Window Rock with this fucking beautiful find here, and everybody in between should definitely see the feathered serpent. I think with its Jeebus crosses, teeth, structure, feathered plumage going on. I'm real excited to show this fucking thing off. See the reactions of different people with it. Nobody's ever looked at it and been like, yeah, I got rocks too, except for here on YouTube. I'll tell you that. I've had a few different reactions to it already, too. That sucks, Daniel. Yeah, I intend to fully come through and make a little tour of Colorado here soon. I just had to pause because the plate tags are running up here in a few days. And I didn't want to get stuck halfway in the country and have to run all the way down to Colorado and shit and miss a whole bunch of people that we're supposed to go see. Doesn't surprise me, Nicole. I tell you, I start looking at rocks a little bit differently now. Actually, look at them. I'm like, wait a minute, is that something on that rock? Is that a piece of something? It's fuck me. you know, I threw hundreds of rocks this big out of that hole, and never realized that they were all the same rock with the same pattern. I mean, I realized they were the same kind of rocks. I had commented, why is this pit full of nothing but fucking absolutely gem quality fucking stones? Every stone I'm pulling out of here is a gemstone. I had realized it was the same kind of rock, but I didn't start seeing the pattern until until fucking Jessica knocked this thing over and let me know that no, that's not a headdress you're looking at. That's a snake. Every goddamn rock she'd come across, she kept saying, "This is a snake. It's a snake. This snake that," and I wasn't seeing it. It took that tooth pattern that I had looked at so many times in Mesoamerica to catch my eye in the right angle, but I had been looking at it like it was some kind of headdress. Because I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like some kind of fucking headdress as you're looking at it, and then you tilt it the right way, and it's like holy shit, this thing's got it's so intricate, and it's got different hieroglyphs on every side of it, every angle of it, and some of them because of the I don't know if it's the glass. I don't think it's just the glass because the glass is real shiny. I mean, you can see shit. God, Roger, he's interesting. Interesting. Some of his shit. Roger knows about the cartwheeling moon and why the Cretaceous boundary, but Roger will never tell anybody. Here's something. I love my rock. Every time I look at it, it's something different. I'm like, oh wow, do you see that hieroglyph? Can you actually see the fucking Egyptian feather? Yeah, you can. Look at the detail in that shit. It's got the fucking cross hatches and everything. That's your fucking. Every time I look at this thing, something different. Yeah, I've spoken with Roger. He knows me. He has some truth on his channel mixed with a whole bunch of bullshit. Um, but that's up to him to clean up or not. That is not a fossilized head. That is a head that was mixed with a batch sand of silica, pure silica, something that Corning reinvented, I suppose, in the 70s because I dug into a pit of it with calcium carbonate, and then they would pour the magic water. I'm deducing mercury in it and hit it with a magnetron and turn these megaliths hard into molds. The 10-ton this blue jade, just like this one. There's a 10-ton version in his backyard. It is one solid crystal of jade, a blue jade that's fucking pure, carved identical to this one in scale, and hundreds of ones this size that range from this size to 50-cent piece size snake effigies that all match each other on scale. Every point of the sculpture matches every point on all the heads. Every one of them have the same matrix in them. These were not carved. These were poured and then shocked into a stiff, pure gem. I've seen plenty of large fossils. Yes, giants existed. I can explain why they existed and why they don't now. Well, not as big as they were. We're not as big as we were. Although we've been growing, our original sun's getting closer. More energy moving through our matter is going to make us taller. On our original sun, we were much larger. So were the trees. Life was different. The lizards were bigger. Every molecule was bigger. Well, you're going to see another, hopefully much milder Cretaceous boundary, but on the other side of this one, everything's going to be bigger. Where on the other side of Rogers, everything's smaller because we got trapped on this small sun with its opposite polarity and lower energy influx to us. We're going to be full vibratory, energetic, in line with creation beings when we're on the blue sun. And the people will choose with their hearts what to do. I hope we choose love and unity, or we will be destroyed. And I'm no more sure of that than anything else on the fucking planet. I'm sitting here holding tangible evidence that we're not wrong about this. There was a race of beings that decided at some point in their existence that they had become so damn enlightened that they needed to judge over others' souls. And we've been trapped in their fucking matrix, being recycled in their man made hell for a very long time. And Creator warned them a very long time ago this is how it would go down. And if any of it wasn't true, Jessica's backyard wouldn't be the very temple that Toth took off from, with all these thumbprints marking the temple that leads directly into the soul pit that they made. None of that's coincidence. Because at some point I was wondering to myself, how am I going to get to Giza? Because Toss says there's an entrance under the Sphinx there. Well, his entrance there still has a 3,000-mile fucking journey to get to the hall once you get under the Sphinx. This temple represents a direct entrance. I don't have fucking 1 mile. I just descend. That's why I was so happy about finding this temple. I really couldn't care less if it becomes a hysterical site. It's going to be hysterical when I open the fucking doors. I've been working towards getting somebody else to excavate the temples because I don't want to be the guy doing it. Someone else has to do that. It's those legends and the things they say that make me back away. And Jessica was reading it yesterday and it kind of hit me on edge. because people been calling me that since I started reading the goddamn hieroglyphs, and I'm not okay with what the local legends say about these temples either. Or the person that finds them, yeah, I found them, so fucking fuck. Someone else can uncover this shit. Just be careful. I'll open it when you get her undug. That's my whole attitude right now about the whole fucking thing. Unless I need to be in that hole, I'm taking a backhoe up there and I'll goddamn do it myself. Creators made it very aware to me. I'm not allowed near that goddamn hole until I see mushroom clouds. I got to stand there and fire and dig it out. So, okay, if that's the way it's going to be, let's see if MSU will do it. He's still working on it. Every time I turn around, somebody's got a little piece of this puzzle. And as I'm doing something stupid, I'm reading about that stupid fucker doing stupid shit written down a long, long time ago. It makes me not do a video about it. I don't. They read too much into their scripts. That's all I've got. I ain't nobody's fucking savior, messiah, fucking great warrior. None of that shit. This is just fucking the way it is. We're showing truth. We know what's going on, and it's going to stop. I was 99% sure before we found the snake pit that these Anunnaki were real. They're still here. They still run the show. They still have the same toys out there doing the, the stupid fucking leading of the Crown Vatican DC Corporation that get coronated on the Stone of Scone Mesopotamian Tablet of Destiny. But when we found that goddamn city that everybody's been fucking looking for, and I knew that that marker was the one, I knew it had to be raw. It had to be of the fucking snake side of the fucking family. It couldn't be the Isis temple. It couldn't be the Ninurta temple. It couldn't be the fucking Burmese temples. Any of that shit. That's not the right temples. It had to be Marduk Ra and his fucking brother Toth, Ninja Gita. Ninja Gita, my direct bloodline, not Marduk. Ninja Gita. It's his bloodline, the snake. And when I first started digging that shit up, I thought I was at the Isis temple, and they had confused the fucking Isis temple out west for the real Isis temple because I was standing on a pregnant goddess with a feathered cape. I dug a little bit more and saw the lips of the fucking serpent, and I was like, "Oh Jesus fucking Christ, I'm in the right hole." Started doing a little dance. That confirmed for me 100% that this is fucking done. This is a done deal. These motherfuckers are really real, and we're gonna have to shut down these goddamn things. And I want to go dig over here. And Creator's like, "Ain't your time, motherfucker. Get out of here. Go." Because I know I couldn't fucking just sit there. Now all of a sudden our trips like withheld. We gotta wait. We gotta wait. all the legalities to the everything me driving and this thing being driven have been taken care of, but we got to wait in the mail now. And I'm all like, why? All of a sudden it starts coming across my mind. What are we going to see next? I don't know. I keep saying I don't know. About time I start acting like I don't know what's coming next, but I get the feeling something's coming. We're going to have this trip doesn't seem to get any less exciting every day. Just a little more than yesterday. I'm looking at these storms we started looking at less than 2 years ago out there, the four winds and fucking talk about how they're going to get stronger and bigger. And they are definitely both. The one out in the Atlantic, the northern Atlantic, is covering from Iceland to Europe. And its winds are stronger than that fucking hurricane down there by Mexico. And the winds on the west coast and through Alaska's Aleutians, that and the center of the country coming down with this wind here. I saw it coming a couple of days ago. You know, this is the clockwise rotation that is over North America right now. This is raw causing this shit. And it's going to get bad. This year is going to be fucking nuts for winter. That clockwise rotation was up there on the other side of the fucking planet last year. Kind of rotating around northern Russia where everything caught on fire. It's over us now. It's that clockwise upper right arm of it coming down, causing all this wind across the country coming in, right about the fire boundary line that I showed. And you can see that on Nautical. Take it up a couple notches and you'd be like, oh shit. That is the clockwise rotation bleeding right down to the fucking ground. Right here this year. And it's a lot more noticeable on the ground than it was last year. So I hope everybody's ready for worst case scenarios this winter. It's going to be tough. Boy, what are you doing? I said he's awful fucking quiet. He must have got bored with my shit. Thank you, Jessica. Nom, nom. That's Jessica Homegrown. I have no idea what flavor it is. She got a couple of different strains in here. Mm, beautiful day. As far as temperature goes, it's fucking awesome. Low 70s. So we got a 50% chance of rain. I keep looking for the rain clouds, but they're not really gathering. We just got this overcast looking shit rolling in. But the wind has definitely picked up. Thought that was going to happen this afternoon. Looking at Null School from yesterday to today, it's definitely. Well, like I said, it's that clockwise rotation that is Ra on the top of the planet. It's right over the U.S. right now. We're seeing it swoop down from the north, but it ain't that deep north either. That's why it's not that cold. It's not a really cold wind. I want to get this wood chopped up over here, but we can't locate the chainsaw blade. He's got a bunch more down trees over there on the other side of the property too, way down there by the barn. Need to be chopped up. I find sometimes it's easier to help people come to the conclusion of how great they be by skipping the whole raw and horse and fucking something's happening shit and go right to Reiki and try this. You feel that in your hand. That's your biofield. That's your magnetic field. That's why Reiki works. You can shake water with that. You can move stuff. You can bring your hand slowly up to a plant indoors. That shit'll fucking bring its leaf right up to you. You're symbiotic with those plants, like it or not. They love your energy. Be grateful you're the healer Creator made you to be. Because with that magnet in your chest, instantly, Creator can send the right energy and frequency right through you. You're just a tool. And then you're going to feel your fucking field get really strong. That's how you need to get started. That'll help you relax and understand better and listen better. Unbind your magnet. Get ready for what's coming. Just practice being a magnet. That's what's important. Raw horse aside. What's important is what's in your heart. And you got to start playing with it like you know it for it to work right. Just like anything else. Practice. And it's tangible. At some point, you can figure out how to be a compass using that. Just close your eyes once you get the push in your hands and turn slowly. And you'll feel the east-west divider line in your hands. It'll go through one and smack you in the hand with the other. It'll be like, oh wow, it's tangible. You're like, oh wow, mom's accretion disc. Wow. Okay. Looking for my insurance card. I think Seamus has it in his records at the moment because he was the last one in the hospital. It's that emergency place I went to in San Antonio. They're like, no, you never gave it to us. I was like, oh shit, where's my card? So I just emptied everything out of my wallet because I hate having all. That was half of what was in there. So it's around somewhere. I just gotta find it. Probably on Seamus's records. I ain't digging through his shit though. He can dig it out. I don't know where it is in his stuff. It's in here. Look at that shit. It's about time for a new license, anyways. I wore that one out. Good thing. Good thing I got a new one in the mail. Monopoly. Google want me to download games. I don't know how that came across as an announcement. I thought something important happened. Looks like the sky's clearing up back here too. It's getting brighter again. I didn't think it was feeling rain today, just wind. Mm, good coffee. Cheers, everybody. Hi, Glenn. You're still running Windows 8? That's good. I think. That's kind of current, right? I don't know. I know they got like a Windows 10. I don't have Windows 10. I have Windows 8. Although this might be Windows 10 on the phone because it's kind of new. It's a $40 fucking Cricket phone though, so I don't, I don't, I don't know what kind of operating system it's got on it. Something the conglomerates have put together to keep an eye on me with. Here, let's make these spy bot things they'll carry around in their pockets with them. You wouldn't do it for the free Windows? I didn't know they was offering free Windows 10. I don't think it would work on my fucking computer anyway, so it wouldn't do me no good. I would probably opt out of it too. Yeah, I keep turning my Windows update off and putting it back. It keeps wanting to update. I'm like, no. It's time to restart your computer. No, it's not. Open up your settings, turn that shit off again. It turns itself back on all the time. I'm like, why do you keep turning your fucking self back on? I keep turning you off. It's like Siri. Go this way. I'm like, no. You'd have me driving in the river, Siri. Her human spikes a lot. We're here to help. Thanks. Thanks. We could use some help. Getting you the fuck away from me, you government stooge. Thanks for making the problem and bailing us out with a preset plan. If you hadn't done that thing in the first place, we'd need your fucking help, would we? But people keep playing the game. I don't like the game. I think the game sucks. Let's stop playing it. Throws the board. Ain't doing it no more. I had another troll come over here say, "Oh, you're the homeless meth head on the channel." I'm all like, "Well, if you mean homeless because everybody with a beard is homeless, then yeah, because I got my home on my back. I chose to leave the house that I've been living in for 7 years with my kid in a safe environment." um, but meth head, let's examine that. What's the percentage of obese people? So I suppose it would probably be abnormal to see somebody who's actually physically fit, doesn't have a whole bunch of abundant stores. Um, I'm active more so than most people. I'm just always doing stuff. It's a very odd thing for me to take a nap in the day. Until recently, I've learned the value of naps, relaxing. But I got sick from COVID. I haven't really gained that weight back. And I don't eat a whole lot of junk food. So, But as far as meth, no, I'm not doing that. But what kills me is it's always these guys that come in and say, "Oh, well, that's just a rock." Just so happens that it matches the feathered serpent and it's got crosses and fucking square hieroglyphs and flowers all over it that match that you've already fucking photographed and such. But you're also a meth head. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's the best our government taxes can come up with. This somebody who comes in is it ain't somebody just sitting around fucking making a comment. They keep coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back. And it's like, dude, have fun with that. Number one, don't rely on just the video quality on my $40 cricket. But I've looked at these videos and you can definitely see the detail in it. Not as well as I can here sitting next to it. But the archaeologists and the chiefs and the people that we're showing these things to can see them just as well as I can. And it's enough to get major universities and an entire state archaeology department jumping. So I really don't care what these trolls have to say about my rock. I hang them up on top and let them have their little piece. And all they can do is insult me and call me a meth head. That's the best they got. This prepubescent fucking attitude of cubicle workers is just overwhelming space. Underwhelming, I guess, would be a better term of it because you're so damn disappointed. You expect better trolls. That's all I'm trying to say. I deserve better trolls. So God damn it, here we go. We try to hire better trolls over here. Do I have to hire my own troll? it's it's kind of where I'm at right now with this whole thing. Fuck, man, this is the best you guys got. Let me hang you up here so everybody can see you. God damn it. Yeah, I'm a fucking meth head, right? God. You think Glenn would know if I was a meth head. I hung out in his front yard for the winter. I think Chad would know if I was a meth head. I hung out in his yard for half the damn fall. Everyone who met me along the way would be. Look at Polly. Polly lived with me for fucking what, 6 months out here. She would have definitely known and not approved. I never shared. Now Glenn's upset. See what these trolls do? They upset y'all, not me. Shit. I say, sorry, Glenn. Didn't share my meth with you. I know I get all excited sometimes, but I don't meth talk. I try to make sense every time I open my mouth. I don't know. I find it funny though. Hey, how you doing, Tim? Yeah, the trolls they seem to get lower quality as we go along in this. God, Glenn, you know I love your porch, bro. I love hanging out with you and your family on the porch around that fucking stove in the morning. I don't care how cold it is. It's warm up on the porch, bro. And it ain't just from the stove. It's sitting around in good company, having some coffee, and just it's. I really can't wait to get back. Miss y'all. That's what I'm trying to say, I suppose. I can't wait to see that smiling face in the morning, talking about, God damn it, I ain't had enough coffee to deal with this Santa Claus looking motherfucker in your eyes. I love it. Well, thank you for doing your homework. Thank you for looking at the fucking sky and unplugging for a minute and realizing what time it is and how important you are. That's all I give a fuck about. You understanding how important you are in this situation because I need you. I need you. You need me. And we better learn how to be a great big family. And if I could teach anybody how not to hate, let that be a good example. Because a lot of people fucking hate me. And I can't help it because I am me. I ain't about to change just to please them. And I know I can be a rough character sometimes, but god dang it, man, we've been looking for a truth and we found a truth and I hang to the truth. And some people just don't like the truth. And they like to reflect that on me. That's okay. That I could deal with too. If it took me a long time to understand, but the appreciation and wonderment goes to folks like yourself who do learn, who go out there and look and do their homework, and I really appreciate that. That appears to be the hard thing to do. I would think anybody's function would do nothing but that. What? Wait. What? High alert. Oh. Okay. More fear porn. Never mind. I'm not even going to mention scriptage playing out. Yep. Well, it's the same message. It's the only message I've seen that's straight out of creation, and it aligns with the universe. And I'm bowled over by its simplicity and its complexity all at the same time. And it is a lot to take in at first. It's a lot of fucking information. And that's why I try to direct people oldest first because I was stumbling around. I'm still stumbling around. It's not quite as dark as it used to be. I see an awful lot of light. I'm learning different ways to get people in touch with their magnet. And sometimes you just got to leave Ron Horse out of the conversation. Just hit them directly with their palms and their Reiki. You want to know how Reiki works? Check this out. You're the tool. Creator's the healer. Now it's really working. You can learn that in 10 minutes and be the difference in someone's life. I have no doubt somebody practicing their magnet's going to begin to know their magnet and listen to their magnet, their heart, a lot more. And they're going to, without doubt, be compelled to do what their heart tells them to do, and they'll be in the right place at the right time. So I find that's probably the most important thing you can do because it also helps you relax your magnet, maintain your human, which without knowing how to do that, you're fucked. Everybody would be fucked. And it's it's coming to that day. You can see in the ISWA, I mean, it's nonstop. And then you look, people, I don't look at the human, but everybody does, so I don't have to. And you see the pictures coming out of it. It looks like a braided rope. Well, if you looked at ISWA, of course it looks like a braided rope. If you understand why the human frequency in the first place, and the fact that we are definitely being compressed by magnet pressure on the ionosphere. And it's just simple as that. It makes sense that we're seeing what we see. Everything correlates, and it's not confusing. It's not scary because we know how to counter it. But in the big picture, I feel like if I teach people how to play with their magnet a little bit, they're going to practice with it, and it's up to them to do that. And hopefully, they're into it enough, and they learn better than I do. That's not out of the picture. Keep saying Daniel's going to walk on water before I do. I'm just not going to be the first one to even try. I'd rather go for a good swim. But a magnet repels, so there's no question you can levitate. I have no problem with walking on water as a fucking practice of humans. I already proved to myself that my field can be used kind of like a radar too, out there in the snake pit. When we got started with that, it started out as a bet. I'd asked her friend there, how deep do you think this goes? He said about 3 rocks to 4 rocks deep. I was like, I think it's 6 or 8 feet, and then we hit a void. So I don't know if that's a cavern or what's down there, but that's deep, bro. And I dug, and it was about 8 foot when I hit that sand pit, that huge sand pit. And then I dove in as deep as my arm would go, all the way down to the shoulder, and I never reached the bottom. But I started pulling out the white stuff with the sand. And I started looking at the white stuff and the sand and realizing that sand had no biology in it. It was clean and pure silica, which is something that wasn't invented until the 70s. That pure. That's crazy pure. And that white shit looked like a carbonate, which we use to this day to make crystals, little kids' crystal sets. And I started finding where the god would come along and put the magic water in the mix and make the stone hard. And I'm all like, wait a minute. This pudding stone doesn't have any goddamn pores in it. It definitely wasn't created in a riverbed somewhere with sand turned into crystal. That doesn't happen without air pockets. This shit's dense. And the crystal structure is perfect all the way through it. That just doesn't happen in nature. And then I find myself in the pit that they're making it in. I dug through 2 feet of precious and semi-precious gems, the exact ingredients that go into that pudding stone, right on into a pit of the fucking purest fucking sand I've seen since the last time I made a batch of glass. I was like, damn, this is where they made these things. We got crystals growing on one side of this fucking little pit. Mercury. And they shoot it with a fucking magnetron to harden it. I was trying to see if you can focus with the camera. I can see that today is an onk. Just like you can see the cross here on this one. There's an onk on the other one. I have a theory about what I'm looking at in this pattern. Actually, the whole pattern makes a scene. Let's see if I can. You got your central sun. Then you have the petals that contain the different planets around the blue sun. And there's definitely more than 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Around the central sun. This is the original configuration of our original spot, because here is Mother, the Ankh. That's what I think I'm looking at, actually. And I can see it pretty fucking good. Like I said, a lot better than you can on the camera. But I think that's why that solar plume is the way it is, and it repeats the same way on all of these. I think that depicts actually the sun and the planets that were on it. Can't get decent trolls. It's pitiful, man. How you doing, Lass? That's what tickles me when these trolls are like, "Oh, that's just a rock." I'm like, no, it's not, and everybody who looks at it can tell it's not. Actually, I'm getting a story off of this rock, and it repeats all the way across this rock, and hundreds of times on every rock I fucking uncovered, including the 10-ton version in Jessica's backyard. Well, how you doing there, Ashford? Michael? I am in a good mood today. I'm starting to make even more sense out of my little head over here. The more I look at it, like I keep saying, it's definitely got more on it than I had thought at first. And the more I look at it, the more it's making sense to me what I'm looking at on this rock and why they depicted it this way. And I'm fucking kind of floating today about this whole fucking thing. So I hope you're having a good day. Um, hmm, very interesting time. It gives you time to observe and soak it in because the initial having it aboard, I'm just looking at this thing and I'm seeing so much on it that I'm like overwhelmed with it. I'm like, oh my god! And then I realize it all matches and all this shit. But now I'm starting to sit here and I'm really analyzing every one of these is the same. We've already established that, but I'm seeing I'm seeing a story in the head, and it took me what this I've had it for about 2 weeks now, and I'm just starting to put together the story that's on this head because I'm starting to like notice like there's the hawk, there's the cross, and it's in all of these around it, and there's a sun in the middle, and it looks like these are probably the planets that are around the sun. And I don't know what else to look at it like because it's just what I see. I know that is what they were depicting in Egypt and Peru and Giza, and I'll be damned if that's not what I'm seeing on this fucking head. You live in the Detroit area. Well, all the way from Jessica's house and into fucking Ohio, there's snake mounds and snake effigies and snake this and snake that. And I I'll tell you, you're right in the middle of it. So I'm sure you've probably noticed around your house there's some things that you could find that don't really fit in with the narrative. Eventually, I'm heading back to Michigan to dig a little more. Poor Ito wants to go poop. You know, I packed this bowl. And it was like, I turned around. I hadn't heard you for a while. And I was like, well, what the hell's the boy doing? Because you weren't even here. So I smoked the bowl
And then there was Chico.
without you. Cheers. Can I speak, please? I've been speaking for about 2 hours. I think you'd be tired of hearing me talk by now. Hey, Judith. Well, yeah, we've been talking about that for a little while over here. The winds of change, and the four winds, and those big storms. That one over there that's from Iceland to Europe. All those, we've been talking about that for years, or a year and a half anyway. I said this is going to happen pretty quick, and here we are. It did. It happened pretty quick. Seems like yesterday I was pinpointing that. You're like, sounded crazy. Yes, I did. I sound crazy. I sound crazy all the fucking time. But I already knew. You know, that shit is bleeding into the fucking bottom of the planet from the top of the planet. It's very evident. So I knew at that point these things were not going to be getting further away until they got closer. Therefore, we had no other option but to see these things get bigger and stronger. And now they're bigger and stronger, and they're going to get bigger and stronger still. And that's going to happen even quicker. You bet. This is going to be one wild winter. But if you look at the map, the big, like I showed today, there's without question, they're still in the same place. All they've done is gotten bigger and stronger. And yeah, it's. I think I think that would be enough to call that proof that I wasn't wrong for saying that because of the reasons I deduced it with. And it's been like that for years. I say these crazy things, and then next thing you know, we're having sixes and fives every day, and it's because of the same phenomenon. The closer these things get, the more they influence us and cause us to start slowing down, so we don't cause such a horrible jolt when we turn back around this time. But that's what we're seeing. We're seeing magnetic braking, tapping on mom and making us slow down and causing havoc some days, but not as bad as it could be. And it's going to get a little bit progressively worse as they get closer. And that encompassing with the winds and the shakes and the weather and the unexplained light at night and all that, the whole spectrum is just a little more than yesterday. It's just too much to cover in one 15-minute video every day. I'm like, fuck, man. It, it just is. You cover the fires, cover the quakes, cover the fucking iswas, cover the weather, cover the wind. I'd just be on there all day making videos about just the current situation. Everything's picked up so much. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, I get tired of hearing me. Fuck, Lauren. I get tired of hearing my ass saying the same shit every day. Stack your magnets, people. You are beautiful. You are the difference. This is not the time to fear. But this is what's going on. So you know, knowing kills the fear, brings on expectation that are usually dwarfed by the reality of the situation. I couldn't conceive of the greatness of creation. Damn it, Lauren, you got me rhyming again. Girl! She gives me this everything got a rhyme. I got your rhyme, girls. It's addictive. Every time I see you, I think about it. I'm like, all right, I got to make a rhyme for Lauren. Yeah. I might be crazy. I don't know. I keep getting all these psychologists and psychiatrists and mental therapists telling me I'm the most mentally sane person they've ever met. But I mean, God, is that a bad sign? I've got it in writing that I don't have schizophrenia. Literally in writing, in fucking writing. 6 month therapy through the state of California. I would have owned crazy up until last year. I would have owned that shit. Somebody would be able to fucking come along and prove to me how wrong I was. But they couldn't because the moon ain't supposed to do no goddamn cartwheels. You know what happened instead? NASA admitted I wasn't wrong. They're like, damn, the fucking hippie. We did tilt in about 2010. Motherfuckers. There's your field rotation. Shove it in your, shove it in your what? Shove it in your what? Ooh, baby. That's because you can't convince somebody that knows, I mean, a fact that they're wrong. I was actually taught that information in the military, and I don't think a lot of civilians understand how the military will teach you some shit. It ain't like sitting in fucking class. I'm excited, Glenn. Your granddaughter's an amazing little magnet that never got programmed wrongly. Yeah, I know, Glenn. Fucking amazing. Same shit, different day. It's never the same shit anymore. It's just a little bit more than yesterday. See? I don't know where Polly's residing at with all that same shit, different day. she she claims to be near me. I say she don't want to see my rock no more. She made herself scarce. What time is it? Okay. Little kid's getting home from school. Yes, sir, it is windy. The wind has picked up significantly. I felt it was going to today. I saw North School barreling down on me. I'm in the top right hand corner of the clockwise rotation. It's not an unpleasant wind. It's nice and warm because it's not coming from deeply above me. But this is Ra in his clockwise rotation over us. We get the clockwise spin this year, where China had it last year, and it wasn't bleeding through quite this strongly. So that's why I'm basing the propensity to be a crazy fucking winter this year, right here in the States. You know, she keeps threatening to, Judith, but she's real busy with her daughters and grandbabies. You gonna hang out for a minute? Now that I got your attention.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Ask him for a friend. Mm. Can you say thanks, Mom? Here. You better say thanks, Mom.
Beat
I'm
Daddy.
telling her.
What about beat Daddy?
Telling your mom that you're ungrateful.
Beat Daddy.
Mm.
Right, go beat the Daddy.
His mom gave him a big old ball of wax when we were in Philly. So I just pinched off a little bit. It says, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom, over the thanks, Jessica. Uh-oh. That's kinky. God. It smells like straight hash, too. It tastes pretty good. I was surprised. You break that out every now and again. Better smoke it for the THC goes bad. Mmm. Cheers. That's why I was waiting for him to get back for. How you doing there, JJ? Good to see you. Nice, Glenn. I'm doing pretty damn good. Thank you. Mm, smoking a nice bowl here. A little bit of homegrown with some hash my kid's mom gave us in Philly. Mm. Watching the wind kick up around here. It's real windy today. You see the big trees are fucking flopping around real good over here. Every now and again. Beautiful day though. It's in the 70s. Nice, Glenn. So you'll be back in about 5? Love you, man. Did I catch anything? No. I took a nap yesterday. I've been analyzing my snakehead even more. Can't take my eyes off the damn thing. Hell yeah, Tim. Cheers. Uh-oh. I almost threw the phone on the ground. Do that often. Start thinking I'm moving this thing and forget that it's on a suction cup. And it's a pain in the ass to get it to stick again. Yeah, look, said it looks like it's clearing up again. Fucking sky's nice and bright. It was looking gloomy about an hour ago. But yeah, it's turning out to be a beautiful day. A little bit windy, but the wind is nice and cool, nice and warm. It's perfect temperature. This is like a perfect fall day. And around, I mean, look around. Fucking the leaves just kind of said, "Bam, we're gonna change." Most of them are changing. Even the pine trees are starting to turn yellow a little bit, which is a little bit. We'll see how far that goes. But it's beautiful today. Sketching it. Well, I suck at drawing. I would really, really like to see high def images of it though. I don't know how to do that shit. It's quite an amazing fucking thing I'm looking at though. I wish you could see the detail I do. You can see some of it because I've looked at the videos of it that I've been doing, and you can see some of the detail. But to see all the detail well, you literally have to move around the piece because just moving it a little bit makes things clearer that are in this thing, including the crosses and stuff inside that leaf. And like I pointed out on this one, you can see the cross and the ankh over here, but the ankh you can't see as good as I can, but you can still see the cross over here in the same leaf on this one right there. But and right there in the other one, they overlap all the way down the face over here, and they have hieroglyphs in the middle of them running down this way in a really intricate pattern that you can't really see well until you start turning it this way. Then you start seeing the square shit lining up. But it just disappears into this pattern of the solar disk. And then what I believe are the planets represented around the solar disk, with these in each petal being different, but the same in each pattern, and the same on every head. I mean, I'm starting to really see a story in this head. Hey, Tamalia. Yeah, you can. When you're here, spraying it with water helps, but you still have to go around the whole head to see the whole thing. You know, you got your big pattern of the teeth, but inside this tooth, there's another little mini solar pattern right there inside the tooth, but you can't see that shit unless you're on the right angle of it. Boom, there it is. That's how this thing is made. And I'm all like, oh wow, that's fucking intricate and amazing. So I mean, actually being here, being able to rotate the head and see this thing with your own eyes, I can't do that for you, unfortunately. So I would understand people's skepticism, but I mean, if you look at it from this angle too, I'm sure you can notice that the scales went away here. They're really visible here, but down here it went all square with a hieroglyphic message all the way across the fucking thing. Now I can see the detail in the hieroglyphs. I can see some of it over here that it looks really close to the detail I'm looking at with my own eye around this area. But the rest of it is like the glass. So I'm wondering, is that the angle I'm at? Because I can see it better with my own eye. I'm not quite lined up with it. See, now you can see it a little bit more down here. It just depends on, but if you're doing that with your over here looking at it, you're seeing everything. You know what I mean? And I can't really do that very well. I'd say you're getting a good shot of that right there. That's boot, 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 all the square hieroglyphs that show up at that angle. You know, this whole head is designed like that. It's so fucking amazing. It's crazy. And sitting here, I can't stop looking at it. It's one of those things. Like, I don't give a fuck what these trolls have to say about my rock. I don't give a fuck, because I know what I'm sitting here next to. And everybody that sees it, the eyes pop up and be like, oh, and I'm getting some distinct different fucking reactions to it. Some of them back away like, oh shit, that's magic, muju, mojo, and I don't want to be near it. And other ones are like, oh wow, and want to get right up on it and check it out. So, kind of like when I do this. Would you like to see how Reiki works? Some people go poof. Some people go poof. I've seen both. The ones that do this begin their journey to knowing what Creator wanted them to do. Why are we designed this way? Because we're definitely a design. This didn't happen by accident. And it gets stronger just knowing that. So, yeah, I get distinct, different reactions to this thing. It's either fear or embracing it. Because both reactions, without question, realize it's a real thing. It ain't something I faked. And without question, it's not just a rock. Number one is grade A jade, blue jade. And it's flawless. And it is engraved so intricately. It fucking fucks with your eye. You really, like I said, you to get the whole picture of it, you just got to roll the thing in your hands or walk around it 360 to see this whole amazing piece of artwork. Was it carved? I don't believe so at all. I know how they were making these so flawless. I've been in the work pit and found the ingredients. I have no question how they were making these things at this point. That could revolutionize construction, right? We could be building monoliths again, holding on to that knowledge that we had in our legends. They hold the truth, so when we'd see these things, we'd understand them again. And the whole damn pantheon and of tales that we've carved all over all of these so-called temples across the world, they were their bastions. They weren't their temples. Listen to the way Toth describes this thing. It's not a temple. I call it a temple because we call it temples. They were their fucking fortresses, their homes. This is where they lived and fought. There's reasons they had all this self-power, extreme power, fucking running these high-tech things and huge weaponry. They were fighting each other, using us all the time, and let it get out of hand. We've read in their own words where they're going to destroy the center cities for worshiping Marduk, the wrong one of us. Like, what the fucking fuck is that? How arrogant is that shit? They make religions into that continue this fucking insanity to this day. Swearing to the Pope to do harm to babies. It's time we stop this, man. Right in the center of this thing is a fucking eye. I don't know if you can see it, but it's right in here. Who that be? That ain't no shit. Every time I turn this rock, it's like something else on it. It takes me hours of looking at the damn thing to figure out what it's actually saying. I'm all like, oh my god, this does have a fucking clear message on it. And I am beginning to understand it clearly. It's way more than just a snake effigy. These are original. The ones in Peru are third generation, by the way. They're still amazing, but they're third generation. They're downgraded after they lost these white temples. They went across to the land of Kim and built some more. And then they came down into the Americas again with the descendants of Cain, where Marduk and Thoth came tossed around just like they did in the Middle East. Same people. They were assuming the identities of our pantheon. We didn't have a pantheon. We were drawing these things on the walls they didn't understand. They say they didn't understand us. They thought we didn't have a, they knew that we didn't have a speech, a spoken language, but we drew these things that they didn't understand. And they assumed the identities of our pantheon. Marduk became Ra, and Ninjagita became Thoth, and they were brothers. And fucking they hand us down as Inky and Lil and fucking blah 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 through history, and it repeats itself throughout all these legends. And then you start looking at the indigenous peoples and realizing their entire fucking pantheon is the Masaw, the jokesters, the fucking Marduk, the same ones, the angry red brother. Fucking, I'm all like, oh wow. So there's two serpents over here. One of them's Quetzalcoatl. The other one starts with a P. He's the angry red brother. I'm like, and all the temples are blue and red. Red Kachina, blue Kachina, Horus, fucking Ra, blue sun. Look at Ra. He's blue skinned. Are you fucking kidding me? Horus is always the red. Horus the red. He's a destroyer for good. That's his whole lineage. He was born a baby, little baby son, and he grows and he has micronovas. He's destined to become bright and brilliant and big and powerful like his father, the blue sun. Well, fucking A. That makes sense all of a sudden. Those aren't gods we were worshiping, and it wasn't a pantheon. It was the reality of creation. These things are living beings. That's why Horus has a female aspect and Ra has a female aspect, because you can't be a sun on a single soul. You have to have opposing magnetic fields. That requires symbiotic freaking entanglement with another soul. That's fucking beautiful. That's creation riding on creator's freaking Birkeland current through the conical cap, distributing creators freaking energy to these planets below. And I'm all like, holy fuck. Look at all these legends telling us physics, and we just had the wrong framework. That's it. Once you understand that, you start looking at these legends and understand that these masters, the shining ones, the ones that came over to judge over man's soul, are mortal beings. They came from planet heaven. They call it Nibiru after it crosses the ecliptic only. At all times, it's planet heaven. Anu handed down the kingships and priesthoods from planet heaven. Anu rules over heaven. Well, we know what heaven is. It's the sign of the cross on this fucking head. Over here by the Ankh that used to represent our orbit around the sun, of the blue sun, our original sun. And we got trapped on this lower sun. But it's on this effigy so we don't forget. Because I'm looking at it and I've seen it. I understand it. It's the same message on the walls that's on this head. Is that a coincidence? Fuck no. They knew, because they're the ones that told us in their own language. Sitchin reads it to us. So does fucking Irving Finkel. As a matter of fact, I've heard him read the same creation story. Fucking Brit Museum curator. Right there on YouTube. You can watch him too if you don't want to watch Stitchins. Same goddamn tablets. Funny enough, I like Josh Reeves. He's got a sick, twisted humor to it. He goes a little bit overboard sometimes, but it's better than listen to the monotone fucking robot reading it. That's all I got. I like Josh. He's got character. And I mean, fuck, it's 6,000-year-old fucking porn. You can't blame the fucking guy. he's young. He's got his own radio station. When you got yours, you can talk different. But fucking, I think it's great. He's like, oh, fucking ink, he's gonna pour it in. Well, fuck Satan's cock. I'm like, oh, that's great. That goes so well with this reading, and it does. It does. It goes real well with it because it's fucking crazy what they're disclosing in their own language, the language of the gods. The reason they call it that is because that's the language they brought from planet heaven with them. That's how misdirected they were. They had lost. They seriously looking to fucking make their magnet stronger. They had completely forgotten everything about themselves and their symbiotic relationship with their planet before they ever came here with a high and mighty fucking attitude selves thinking they're smarter than the creator. They're going to judge over men's souls. The creator since then has been sending Godzu, the agent, into each one of them's dreams, and they correlate their dreams and their nightmares. And then you find them in all these native legends, individually, funny enough. Every time I do something, I find this crazy fucker doing stuff in the local legends. It's not a coincidence. Not after this last one. We just found the temple's Toth Road up over, headed east over the oceans to the land it came from. We just found Toth the Atlanteans fucking temple. Ninjagita. The young brother of Marduk. Son of Inki. Second heir to the throne of Earth. Sitting in the halls of Amenti. Sucking on souls. And if any of that hadn't been true, we would have never found any of this shit in the middle of Michigan. And here we are. Jessica starts shooting me the local legends, and they start talking about this cat uncovering the temple. I ain't even gonna get into it. Go look it up. I've I it gives me a headache sometimes. I don't like the words they use. They tend to over accentuate certain aspects of what's going on, in my opinion. It's the only thing I have a problem with, and I know it's a personal problem. So just put yourself in my shoes and read these goddamn stupid things, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable that somebody I know where it came from, so I'm okay with it, and I understand that it's their because these masters have fear of this, and that's something they need to lose. And they've had these things in place so these people would see it when it happened, just like in Giza and everywhere else. But they're holding the actual wordage, word for word. It'll make sense when we see these things. Why the conical hat poem exists in Egypt, and why these local legends on these separate individual tribes have taken little bits of truth in the each one of their end days prophecies. They just get a little more detailed than I'm comfortable with. So there is that. Well, welcome there, Vigorous. Good to see you. Yeah, well, that's what I said. I just drive the bus. It's Creator doing this. I'm the fucking bus driver. I can deal with being the bus driver. I can deal with being just the first person to see, okay, that we did have a language, and here's how we read it, and it makes sense. And there you go. Um, I'm cool with actually being the person that located Toss temples. That's cool. But that's as far as I want to read into these legends. Because that's all I need to know. Somebody wrote that it was going to happen in the local legends everywhere I'm going, and it just gets stupid after a while. I'm really grateful to have Danielle and Chad to like chill out and absorb all this stupid shit that just happened this month. I just yeah, I think it's fucking awesome. Okay, but I mean, it's fucking it's awesome. Have found like a direct entrance to where we need to be. Um, I had all kinds of reservation. Um, I get the feeling I'm gonna have to go back soon. I just keep getting that because it is getting attention, and it looks like it might start to get excavated soon. I'm not sure what's going on with that. We'll find out in the next couple of weeks, I guess. Hey, Skits, welcome back. Oh, I'm sitting here holding a bowl full of thanks, Jessica, and thanks, Mom. Jessica provided the weed. Seamus's mom provided the wax. Yay! Mm, that is like the sweetest bowl of marijuana you ever smoked. I don't even know what flavors they are. Mm. I know that was free. That always adds a sweetness to it. Mm, best weed ever. What kind is that? Free. Cheers. Free, potent, and effective. Make you just grin. Let's see now the angle of the dangle's changed, and you can even see some of this even better than you could 10 minutes ago. Fuck me. I need a high def image of this. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm going to ask Chad if he knows how to do that because he seems kind of up on tech. I'm seeing this thing needs to have a high def. I agree. It needs to be high def laid out. I've seen them do that shit with a computer. They fucking shoot it with a good camera, and the computer lays it out as a map thing. I want to see it. I want to see it. You'd have to shoot it at different angles. You would have to. Hmm. Because it's rows of the man. I'll tell you, skits. But I started noticing. All right, like I was showing you the other day, y'all. You can see these crosses over here. Well, I'm starting to notice that this is also cross honk and then something else. I can't quite make it out what they all are. I'm not familiar with the symbols, but I'm getting the gist because they're all the same, and they're all the same on all the blue jade heads. And I mean, like even the ones on the nose and everything is the same little pattern. But then there's a square pattern of hieroglyphs in between that and the big one over here and the eye that's over here. And I don't know if y'all can see all that right at the moment because it's getting out of that, which is crazy. Just like that thing doesn't pop up until you're at this angle. It just kind of goes away to your eye, and then you turn it up, and you can see, oh shit, that's another sun right in here with the petals around it, right on the tooth. It's like fucking really intricate like that. Now you can see the flowers instead of the scales so well. And these are the planets that were on the blue sun with Earth because she's over here in the Ankh. And unfortunately, the camera is not picking the Ankh up as well as it does the cross. And then this weird little Xy triangle looking symbol here with this almost looks like a Stargate thing, on the thing that twirls around. That symbol right there. It looks almost like something from the movies I've seen. But it repeats on all the solar symbols in the middle with the little symbols on the outside and different sizes. And it's the same on all these effigies that I found. And it's like I keep saying, it's so detailed. Every time I fucking look at this thing, it's more and more. All the solar effigies at this angle look like the fucking Eye of Ra. It's on blue jade, and it's without question. really fucking detailed. And the one over here doesn't quite look exactly like the eye of Ra. It's more like the eye of a snake. And that shows up actually better on the big one than this one, because the glass completely shines over that. You can't really see what I can see over here with the slit down this way. And it's not like that one with the dot in the middle. It's got more of a slit right where the snake eye would be on the fucking head. But you can see that clear as fucking day in the big one. As fucking Lisa's over there digging up that egg, that eye is sitting there staring at you the whole damn video on the snake head. But you can see the underlaying, and then if I turn it, this one becomes whole, and you can see the fucking hieroglyphs in the square. But if you turn it, it becomes more of this part with the same fucking pattern rolling through it. This thing is so fucking crazy that you can turn it just a little bit and it changes everything. Everything, more detail pops out. It's like, oh my God, that is another flower in that tooth. That's how amazing this is. I mean, ain't nobody actually laid eyes on this fucking thing and been like, oh, that's just a rock. Because it obviously isn't just a rock. It's a piece of amazing jade to begin with. And it's got hieroglyphs and effigy all the fuck over it. And it's a snake head. Look at the skin on that thing. And it's got yellow glass all fucking over it. And you can tell where it was broken. Just this part that was exposed. Because the rest of it, it's been scuffed even over here. It's definitely blue jade. And then you look at it over here, this angle, the same fucking thing. You start seeing the square fucking hieroglyphs coming up the edge over here. And then they turn into the solar plumes again. It's fucking crazy, dude. This whole thing is so intricately designed. And it's just like this on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them that I dug out of the damn hole and the big one itself. The only difference is size. As if they had a fucking mold and were making these things. This thing here weighs at least 80 pounds. That is solid fucking jade right there. Blue jade. In the middle of Michigan. At Painted Turtle Endeavors. Hi, Jessica. I keep telling them it's in your backyard. You're sitting on top of it, girl. It's fucking amazing what's in your backyard. You got so much jade you can't shake a stick at it. I know where it came from. So do you. That's the beautiful thing, and now so does everybody else, and they can't bury this anymore. I'm not going to allow it to. Look at this. Look how fucking amazing these things are. Just the little head. Look at your big head out there. That thing is amazing. Yeah, there's snake altars everywhere on your property and around it. Without question, they're arrogant bastards waving their own flag. It's like Stalin throwing up fucking flags on every corner of the fucking city. Except these guys had the high tech going on. These were their original temples. These were the fucking highest construction quality built things ever on this planet. And you're sitting on top of some really high grade concrete that is amazing it's the weight of itself on itself creates a piezoelectric effect. Yeah, and your little meters go crazy out there, and there is you want to say for no reason, but there is reason. There is reason your EM field detector spikes all over the place. It's reacting. That very high tech place, like I said, we call them temples. They're more like a fortress, and that one was locked down a long time ago, and it's been buried under the sand for a long time. And I don't even think the Jesuits were aware that there's actual temple there. They were more worried about extricating Satan and its evil eggs. But and you are living proof, the remaining natives, after the Jesuits got done with everybody a couple hundred years ago there, have been lying to the tribes to keep you away from there and think that it's some kind of burial ground, which I mean, it may, I'm not discounting that there are burials out there, but for the most part, these legends of, stay away from this. This is because I've talked to you and Will and various friends you've had out there, and everybody, has a different take on what they've been told. Tailings piles to some farmer at some point was throwing rocks in a pile, and but they tell the tribe don't come in here unless you're basically burying somebody. And I could see people burying people in there, but that was just done to hide what the Jesuits had done and what's really going on over there in that hole. They didn't want the truth known because the last time it was known, it got the whole damn tribe killed. Well, now more, it's out of the tribe's hands. I put it directly in my hands. This isn't going to lay on them. They need to expose it. It's my fault. Let the truth be known. I think they're extensions of the Jesuits. I mean, look what happened there. They killed everybody but a couple of people and made it into the legend thereof because of those couple of people who knew what was in that fucking hole. But most of the tribe died right there on your land because they knew what was in that hole. And they didn't know anything about defending themselves against these fucking assholes. You saw the oath they make to the Pope. They got to get their hearts right. Thank you, Glenn. But yeah, I'm happy to take this around and show it to everybody and the amazing thing that it is. It's got so many hieroglyphs on it that, like I said, I'm getting two reactions. Both of them include Buggy Ike surprised eyes. Oh my God, that really is amazing. Some people get afraid of it, and some people want to get down on their hands and knees and touch it and turn it around and look at it. It's just like putting that magnet in your hand. So you want to learn how to do Reiki? Some people fold their hands, some people hold their hands out and try and feel the Reiki. But not one person is, it's just a rock. It's pareidolia. Pareidolia. I could barely say that in context with this thing. with a straight face because nobody has said that yet. This is the rock that you knocked over and schooled me on just how much of a snakehead it really was. I thought I was looking at something that was carved like a feathered headdress. I really did. I thought I was still at the Isis temple. They had confused our fucking bearings on which temple was which, and I was like, no, oh my god, it is a snake. It's and you remember the happy dance I did? Remember that? And you didn't understand why I was so happy. I knew we had found the feathered serpent. That's what I was looking. I that's the temple. It had to be the direct entrance into the Amenti halls of men's souls. That's what those temples guard, and they're very active. And you know the piezoelectric fields in there are very active, so be careful. When them boys start digging, just stand back. Tell them they might want to actually start removing some of that with remote diggers. See what happens there. Hmm. Well, you know, it's that piezoelectric material that's sitting in your front yard and your backyard. It looks like great big old blocks of something. Is that one out there in the middle, right there by those bigger temples on the other side over there, that swamp? That motherfucker has a flat surface on it that was definitely a huge chunk of one of these blocks. And you've got a high concentration of this stuff right there on that hill. I know on the back side of that hill, the whole damn thing is still completely intact. I think just some of the top bricks on this impact side over there got shoved up. And that's why you're seeing all that pudding stone right there at the surface. Huge blocks squared off and broken. Huge crystalline matrix of just massive crystals in the matrix. I mean, if I was going to make a fucking self piezoelectric fucking powered fucking city, that would be my power plant right there. That would be the way I do it. Because that is just wow. I cut that fucking stuff on that saw, and you saw it. You saw it firsthand. Where like the jasper in there has little air gaps in it, and that fucking matrix didn't have any in it. And if that was literally made by sand laying in between those gems in some riverbed and had gone crystal over time, there would be all kinds of fucking air gaps in that fucking natural crystal formation. That shit is beautiful and very solid gem around those gems. Just the yeah, it's green. It's green and it's a fucking gem, and it exhibits that fucking flower pattern of the magnetron through it. You notice that? That was hardened. That's how I know how they made that because that, and I ran it by the I think her name's Jessica too, but it's Jess is the first part of her name. Um, so Jess over there at MSU even said, it's probably how they did this because they mixed it with the magic water with that pure sand that's underneath that snake head there, and that white shit. You've got all kinds of it sitting there as a sample. You find you some mercury and shoot it with a magnetron. I bet you it turns into a lump of fucking pure, some sort of crystalline structure because that's how they were doing it. I know that's why that 2 feet of fucking semi precious gems is laying in that hole because that's the hole they were making the pudding stone in. That's why it was full of the jaspers and the sapphires and shit. The same shit that is in the pudding stone. Then they would take the mercury, the magic water, the stuff they have running around in rivers underneath all these temple complexes, and pour it in the mix, hit it with a magnetron, and it embeds the fucking flower pattern into it and freezes it into a fucking solid gem. And look at the format of all of your gems. They're all with the magnetron flower pattern in them. And I know that's how they made that. Because that cut exposed all of that to me. And it looks just like the damn head that I'm sitting here on, and the one that I was standing on top of. The same matrix running through those perfect gems. It's like, oh my god, you know? Good, good. Their wisdom holder was a pleasure and an honor to hang out with, Jessica. That man is a true wisdom holder, and I felt his heart. He was a very wise, wise man. I've said that about him since the day we met, and came out here. He's an amazing man. He went and conferred with the forests and the waters about this. I think the little river tribe up there. Uh, I went there accidentally. She had actually told me to go somewhere else, and I found them. They showed up just for like the first time, and I was like, "Well, I guess we'll go see them first because it's before we hit that peninsula." And that's where I got to meet him uh, that next day, where we had stayed at that park. I was like, "Fuck, man, this is so awesome!" Because he was an actual elder where so many have died this last couple of years. And I really enjoyed the conversation we had. I had sent him uh, the Blue Kachina revealed, where I showed the raw, and So by the time I got there, he was already familiar with the lowdown. So we got right into the nitty gritty of, hey man, this is what's going on. This is what we're finding, and here's the confirmation. I think this is amazing. You need to go look at this, and Jessica would be more than happy to have you there. And by the way, you got to move your entire nation because you're sitting in front of a body that's fixing to rise up over you. And explain to him why. And he said he's going to confer with the ocean or the water in the forest about it. And I guess he's gotten back with you then. Now I'm really excited to have them come down. I want to fuck, I want to be there. He was. I really, really got a good energy out of them, Jessica. Well, he knows what I've told you too, because I told him the same thing. Well, he knows exact. You know that video on my page, like I just said, the title of it, "Blue Kachina Revealed." That's the one I sent to him, and I'm pretty sure they've seen every one of them since then too. Well, creators blessed me with her friendship. Like I said, this isn't a coincidence. There's no way in hell the central complex of Toth, Ninja Gita, is actually sitting in her backyard. Long story short, if any part of this had been wrong, it wouldn't be there. And I know this much. Even beyond every coincidence and every odd of everything being right, the fact that it's sitting in her backyard makes the coincidence line just too much for me to even start to touch. Creators said this was going to happen. They wrote it down in stone, they wrote it down in their hearts, and they passed it right on down to this young lady right here in the tribal legend. Creator wants something done, it's going to get done. And I'm grateful for Jessica and Will and the opportunity to know them. And thankful that she has a full understanding of where we're at today. Well, I know how you felt when you first found these things because you weren't sure if it was Noah or Moses or the Garden of Eden. Basically, it be accompanied with the Garden of Eden, I suppose, but that actually came after these temples. Well, hey there, Mad. How you doing today? Yeah, Chad and Danielle have a beautiful, beautiful spot here. But you felt like I did when I first started looking at this too, quite confused and elated because truth started setting in, and you could realize something was coming out. Yes, I think that's because some people got killed by the temples trying to infiltrate them because they're definitely locked and definitely on lockdown, and they're very reactive to biological signatures. If you don't have the right one, it's going to set you on fire. You won't know it. It'll just be over. All that piezoelectric shot right into you at once. Be careful back there, Jessica. Like I said, make them use remote ones as soon as they touch the white temples. Don't try and hand excavate anything until I get there and try to shut that thing down. I'm pretty sure I know how. If I don't, I'll be, you know, dust real fast and it won't hurt. So, but I'm that certain I know how to react to make it shut down. But I'm not supposed to do that yet. That's why I'm in Tennessee, because if I was still up there, I would have done it. I'm just that guy. I had a very emotional, upset conversation with Crater in the hole for about 3 days and got a very clear answer why I wasn't digging in the hole that I wanted to 200 yards away that everybody on the planet knew I wanted to be digging in. I know what I was meant to find there now, and I know it's not my time to be in that one that's 200 some yards from that hole. Because you know I wanted to go dig it right the fuck out of the side of that temple. And next time I come up in your yard, I ain't kidding. I'm bringing a backhoe from fucking Home Depot. I'm driving that motherfucker down there. Point at a rock you want moved. We got that shit. Done. Pudding stone delivered. Fuck the dumb shit. I didn't know Home Depot rented that shit. I was like, fuck, it's that easy. I could have just gone to fucking Home Depot. I got the damn latch right here on my RV. It's one of those big fucking universal square hitches everybody loves to get. Well, I've got one. I hook that motherfucker up. We're done. We're done. We're what hole? It's dug in a day. You want to uncover the one in front of that, the one that's upside down, the other 10-ton version of it that's right in, that has all that red writing on it. We'll have that bitch cleared off in a day, less than a day. Fuck the dumb shit. We did the dumb shit once. I did the dumb shit once. I'm thinking. Everybody else stood around. Well, everybody was like, "Fuck this, fuck this. Your rocks are too big." I was like, "No," but you start moving around, and I mean, there's angel wings in that fucking pit right there, and you can see them now that they've been washed off with the rain. It looks like angel wings, but that is the big plume to one of the bigger statues. And I keep telling you, you've got a 50-ton version around there, around the other side of that swamp. And I think that plume belongs to it. You need a bigger saw. You do. You do. You do. I'm telling you. The I had to cut that one piece down and then down again and to get even a slice to even come out the way I wanted it to look, because I wanted to see just how porous free that shit really was. Because I had my suspicions. I did. I was like, man, that shit's concrete. I'm going to prove it. Watch. Get me a saw. I'm going to cut that shit in half. That shit's concrete. It's concrete. It's amazing, too. It's fucking amazing. It's green. It's fucking in a flower matrix. The entire thing is patterned out like a fucking magnetron activated a fucking mix with magic water in it. Just like the legends say. What's the magic water? Mercury. Running in rivers under these things, and they hit it with a magnetron, and it said boof, and flowered out into an amazing matrix of a fucking perfect crystal and jade. Where is the parent stone for this? Where did they quarry this 10-ton version of the feathered jade, fucking blue, beautiful fucking jade at their painted turtle endeavors? Where is the parent rock for that? Because that doesn't just happen. Where is the parent rock for all the jade that's on your property? Where did that come from in reality? Where is the parent rock for this? How did these natives get their hands on this shit to carve these things? All these things come to mind. I can tell you how they made it. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen, but I've never really analyzed rocks until just recently, and I started realizing a similarity in the rocks that are gemstone around your house. Wait a minute. All of this makes sense if they had a mix and they put some reactive materials in here. I would say mercury would do it. And then what do you do with a high powered magnetron? How does that react to metals? Oh boy. So now we all of a sudden have our heat and our pressure in our fucking mold just delivered. You don't need it. It's like boom, and all of a sudden it's hard as a rock with the fucking imprint of the actual energy from the magnetron in the fucking crystalline structure. That's what I'm looking at. And I found the pit of pure ingredients that they would need to make something like that happen about 3 to 4 foot underneath that effigy. And what are the odds I'm sitting there looking at this shit and all of a sudden I'm hearing ancient aliens talking about how the gods say over there in the uh, Indian temples in India, in the Vedics, that's what they, in the Vedics, that if when they came along, the gods would pour the magic water in the mix and make the temples hard like stone. And I'm all like, what? Whoa, back that up. What? Listen to that again. What? The magic water. And then it took me about a day to it hit me in the face like a brick. I'm like, oh my God, that's mercury. And that's why those crystals are growing on the side of Jessica's hill back there in that pit. Because there's probably mercury on the other side of them stones. And it's reacting with the ingredients in that pit that I just dug up and found this. Why is this sand here? I was so confused. Why am I running into a fucking sand pit? I was mad about it. Oh, looks like Daddy's home. He got a little baby. Tad's walking around with his little daughter, the new one. Let's see if I can't get it to turn without popping off of there. I think he's probably looking for this chain for his chainsaw. She is so precious. I keep watching them. She gets so happy when Daddy comes home, and then she's happy for about how babies are about 20 minutes, and then she starts sucking on her vanilla flavored fist and getting that. It's time for dinner. It's fucking awesome to watch them with their kids. They've got really good kids. And that's because they're good parents. They really are. That's why I wanted to get back here and do these chimneys for them, and then they had their chimneys already taken care of. Uh, then the flooring thing came up. I was like, well, let's do that. I honestly, I hadn't really contended in getting paid for anything, but you I did save him thousands of dollars, so he felt compelled that I should probably make some payment off of it. It's been delayed though, just like everything else. His new tenants, being friends, kind of threw a surprise party. Didn't pay rent the first month or deposit or anything. But yeah, next week we'll have tags and gas money galore, and I'll probably get myself some new boots. I still haven't finished the job. I'm still waiting for Tom and his wife to get home. I'm wondering what's going on with that. Yeah, this is Jessica. This is Jessica in her backyard. She is the person that owns Toss Temple. How you like them apples? She is the person that is gracious enough to grant me the privilege of taking this beautiful effigy right here on a road trip across the nation. That's my next goal. I want to see a high definition printout myself of this thing. I'm seeing new symbols every time I look at it. Turn it on different angles, different detail shows up. It's like, oh my god. I want to see a high definition picture of this thing. Well, thank you, Dishpan. How are you doing? Good to see you. And thank you. I just try to be frank about it. I don't like beating around the bush. I only got 15 minutes. I wish I could have talked 2 hours on the subjects I wanted to cover. I didn't even cover half of what I wanted to, and then I did. I was like, you know what? That's enough. That's enough information for a day. Because I know a lot of new people come in and they'll watch like one video, get overwhelmed, and then fucking I don't want to make two or three real heavy information videos in a day. It's enough that you gotta soak in the crazy I just spewed out today about the fucking raw being the clockwise rotation actually influencing the weather today in North America, and all these big storms from Iceland to Europe and all throughout. I mean, we've been openly talking about it right here for some time now. Maybe go talk to Dad out here. He got baby in a carriage going on. We're doing shit. Uh,
You're being bad.
yeah, I'm being bad by just sitting in here watching him do shit. Go see what we're doing. Messing with the blowhouse.
Oh, no, I'm getting old, boy. No, you're getting bad. Look, Dad.
Mm. Feeding baby. God, I can't see a thing going on over here. My eyes are blinded from the sun. It's bright out there. Up here on the hoopty. Sorry about throwing you on the ground. Oh, you know what? I wasn't even thinking about dinner. Hmm. What's for dinner? I don't know. I'm fixing to go over there and see if I can't get Tom to cut that floor out for me. I might make pork chops or something. I don't know. But thank you for reminding me. Let me go see what we got. Because nothing's thawed out. There's going to be some thawing required. But I got out some pork. We'll see if it thaws. Thank you for reminding me. Pizza. That sounds good. I noticed the same thing with mine. He wants to guess my words, other than the one I typed didn't fit. Cheers, skits. Oh shit! That was a good hit. Woo, yeah. That's some good shit. I don't have much. It's left from Michigan. Thank you, Jessica. She gave me that battery. Seamus destroyed mine. I was like, oh no. Rookies. Fucking amazing. Can't stop looking at that shit. Crazy. Cheers, my people. Keeping that human relaxed. I want to see some high definition fucking computer print out of this fucking rock here. I that has got to be my next goal. I want to see every mark on this fucking thing. I wonder how high def it could get. You gotta have a good camera to do that, I suppose. Cause it's beautiful to look at. It just you can't see the detail you can from my eye. I keep trying too jumbled. But I mean I'm looking at some insane detail. I know you can see the outlines and shit like that. See the detail in this fucking eye like I'm looking at it with my own eye. Fucking isn't happening on the camera very well. And kind of, it's pretty good. It's not real good. The whole pattern carries all the way down through the nose right there. You can see the disruption in the lines where the patterns go straight through this fucking whole head with the solar patterns and then the square hieroglyph parts. Outlining it. All the way down the nose on both sides, and then another plume overlaid over in here, and then a tiny one right there on the tooth. As you roll it over the different angle, you start seeing there's a small one on the tooth that you can't see from the tooth perspective until you roll it over and look at it from the back. It's like, oh my god. This whole fucking rock is designed like that shit. It's fucking amazing. The detail in this shit. Welcome back, Jessica. Yeah, uh, the energies there are very um, strong. You can definitely feel them. Hey, Shrimpy, doing well? Good. Okay. welcome to welcome to today. A nap is good. I got up early today. Um, I had vowed to rest until noon, but I got up early today. I just went and had some morning coffee with Chad and Danielle. And, well, haven't accomplished a whole lot today, though. Got some good kicking back. But I want to let y'all know I'm fixing to disappear. I suppose I'll leave you running, looking here at the beautiful Tennessee tree and our windy weather. And I'm fixing to go see if I can't finish this last little bit of this kitchen over here tonight before it gets too dark while my meat thaws over here. And we'll cook some dinner when I get back. Probably some baked potato with this pork loin over here. Because I got a big loin of pork for like $6 the other day at Aldi. And then cut it into like three different dinners or four, something like that. God, the detail on this stone is so fucking amazing. Typical of the way they do shit too. They fucking hide shit in shadows, for God's sake. And it's carved to play tricks with your eye like that. It's so fucking crazy. It's like two sculptures in one, all over this whole fucking head. You'd be safe too, Nine. Stay strong, my friend. We're near the end of this roller coaster ride. Hang tight. Look at all the pine needles dropping today. That was a black pile earlier. Those are green needles. Hell yeah. Nice, Shrimpy. I do that too. I'm lucky I only have me and Seamus to feed, really. It's pretty expensive out there. But I mean, if you look around, you can still get some decent deals. I just found that 550 for fucking 14 leg and thigh pieces. Two of those do us just fine with a tater of some sort, you know? And that's that was 7 meals for 550. I'm like, and if I make soup out of one of them bags of, that's more days because soup just lasts a long time and it's good. You can eat on that for a good 3 days. Make 5 gallon soup out of that 4 pieces of chicken. But that's how I've always fed me and Seamus. Just and it's the best way to feed your kid, man. You cook you some fucking real parts and put it in your food. That way you know what's in it. You know, I don't know. I guess fuck. The trolls look at me like I'm some kind of meth head because I don't have a lot of excess on me. But I mean, you just generally don't if that's the way you eat. And I eat a lot more vegetables than I do meat. And if I'm eating meat, it's usually the leaner meat, chicken or fish. I don't do a lot of pork or beef, although I do pork more than I do beef. But those pork loins are pretty lean. Yeah, the prices are going up again. That's why I'm glad I've got enough rice and beans to last us forever, man. But it's nice to have a little bit of meat to throw in with it. I get called a meth head. I got some dude calling me a meth head again last night. I was like, "Fuck you, dude! I'll pin you on top." You know what? Deer meat is pretty damn good there, Sparky. How you doing? Super lean. Yeah, I've been super lean since fucking that one thing I can't talk. Look at me. I almost said the word I can't talk about that I had that one day. It lasted about a week and a half. Yeah, it sucked. I lost a lot of weight then. I, I haven't gained much of it back. Weight's hard to gain when you're fucking all active and you eat healthy, and you keep going, but you don't put on a whole lot. So I start eating candy. Maybe I'll put on an extra couple pounds. Well, that's what I'm saying. They can't attack actually the information. They can attack the rock all they want. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I've had unanimous reaction on both reactions of people seeing this rock. Their eyeballs pop out. They'd be like, "Oh, damn, okay, that's real." So some of them want to touch it, some of them don't. But unanimously, everybody's eyeball pops out. They'd be like, "Oh, damn, yeah, I see that." Oh, I love lentils. But yeah, lentils and rice. Yes, I agree. Lentils and rice are really good for you. And I have red lentils and green lentils. I also have split peas because I love split pea soup with a little bit of bacon. But there you go with wanting that meat back up in there, huh, Shrimpy? Because I like my bacon. What can I say? Yeah, it makes the best split pea soup. Bacon makes anything better, right? But you start making bacon in your in your pea soup, then that's gonna last you for days anyway. So you're getting good money out your investment, a little bit of bacon to throw in with your peas. Especially if you bought your peas when they were 69 cents and now they're over $1.10, dollar and a quarter some places. Like Glenn says, it ain't gonna get no cheaper tomorrow. But of course he says it differently. I can't say it his way. I might get copy struck. You'd have to go to him to ask exactly how he states this scenario that we're in. He isn't wrong. I'll tell you that right now. And he does kind of own that phrase. Food ain't going to be no cheaper than what it is today. Oh, nor more available. You know what? I am fucking very interested myself, Sparky. Oh my god. Because Jessica's been taking readings of the big rock and it's fucking really reactive. And I'm all like, this is the same stone. And it's got the same fucking glass on it too. So I'm wondering exactly how radioactive is the raw head that I'm sitting here riding next to. I don't really give a fuck personally, but I think it'd be interesting seeing the energy and the transference and how this thing reacts to all kinds of different tests. Sparky, very fucking interesting. Yeah, it has the yellow glass over it. That's why it has that sheen that looks like sheen of the yellow glass. Tell it's a yellow glass. You can tell it's a yellow glass because it's actually blue jade. Is the color of the stone. And you can tell that everywhere it's broken, that it was shocked with the nuclear explosion that they used to classify Sodom and Gomorrah with. And that's why the camera doesn't pick up a lot of the detail, I think, that I can see. Because this is a very. You got to walk around this thing 360 to see everything on it. Because different angles, it literally shifts. And pieces and parts of one thing become another. Entangled all the way through this fucking thing. It's fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. My next goal is to get a high definition of this thing mapped out because I'll tell you what I've deduced and show you why here. All right. We got the solar circle with the surrounding petals. And I'm noticing that the surrounding petals are exactly the same in all of these things. And I'm noticing also there's the ankh. Here's the cross. So here's the cross. And the ankh would be this one on here. And it goes around like that and it repeats all the way around the nose. I'm like, so okay, here's the sun. Here's planet Earth. Here's planet Heaven around the sun. This is the original set of planets around the blue sun when Earth was on the blue sun. That's what that's depicting. All the way across this fucking thing. And you got to look at it from the back to see that one just at the right angle on the tooth. And then you can see there's actually a sun smaller one right there. So much better with your eyes because this whole skin here has been glazed over with that glass. And you can see the square ones now at this angle really well. And the square hieroglyphs in between these flowers that run over here. And then there's another set of square hieroglyphs that run across this part. But you can't see it
unless it's at the right angle. Then you start seeing it really clear. But with your eyes, you can see it really clear. With the camera, it looks like glazing over this whole thing. Look, here's your uh, fucking fleur de lis right here as one of the petals. Your cross and your um, the ankh. Those are different planets they're depicting right there. I'm starting to see the message that's all over this thing. It's not just amazing detail, and the crosses and stuff are starting to actually make sense why they're there. For God's sake, that's the original. Like they said, when we got trapped on this sun, it separated heaven from earth and earth from heaven. Heaven is literally on the blue sun. Still, Nibiru doesn't come with the red sun, does it? I'm looking at it on the rock. Or have they changed boats since this rock was made? Because this rock here is it's probably somewhere around 250,000 years old. How long they've been here on this planet? 250,000 years before the fucking Great fucking War, as I understand. I don't know how old this head is, but it definitely saw the blast in the fucking War of the Gods. Because it's got nuclear glass all over the tritium or whatever they call it. Because that's the same shit they used to classify Sodom and Gomorrah when they found all that shit. That big one has the same fucking glass sheen on it. And all those fucking things that I thought were glazed pottery were just skin parts of the big fucking statue. And every one of them have the same patterns on it. Now I know what those patterns are telling us. Hey Nick, how you doing? Those are the 8 planets that were around the blue sun. Because as I'm looking at it, you can definitely see the Eye of Ra and then the snake eye where it belongs. In the solar plume. That is the sun, the center of these fucking plumes. And it's on blue jade. So I don't need them to tell me which eye. This is fucking blue Kajina. And his celestial boat with the planets on it. Except they're done in petals in a plume form. Fucking beautiful. It's fucking amazing. It's very first world. And just today I found the fucking Egyptian feather on the back of this thing. In another row of hieroglyphs. Right here. And there's your Egyptian feather. There. And the whole hieroglyph. All the way down this fucking thing. And across that way. Above my foot. That's on the bottom of this. That's your squared off Egyptian feather right there. And the bird down below it. I know you can see that. I'm looking at it. That's something I found today. Like I said, every time I look at this thing, see, there's the solar plume again. But I'd never really noticed that. I was like, oh my God, that's that Egyptian feather right there. with the bird. Those are definitely Egyptian hieroglyphs. I just noticed that today. On top of everything else, like I said, this thing's got so much detail on it, it's not even funny. The trolls can say whatever they fucking want. I don't care. This thing speaks for itself. For God's sake. Every time I look at it, it's like, oh, wow. You're way more incredible than I thought you were yesterday. Let me look at you some more. I haven't even really started doing this with the other side of this effigy yet. I just keep looking at the tooth side. As I'm sitting here looking at it, though, I'm realizing this one here has the tooth structure on it also. Side here. And I'm all like, oh my God. That side too. But this side is so amazing, I haven't even finished. And there's the fucking Egyptian fucking shit at the bottom of it I didn't even notice was there. God's sake. It's amazing having Raw co-pilot. It shows you something new every day. It does freaky shit. Fucking Christ. Like I said, everybody I've shown it to is like, oh yeah, it's definitely something. Some people want to get down and really look at it. Other people act like they're fucking terrified of it. But it does tie in an awful lot of fucking lies and expose. And without having the actual information we have, I suppose it would make your head spin just a little bit. Look at this head. Let alone the 10-ton version matches this head that's sitting in Jessica's backyard. Hi, Glenn. I can't wait till you get to see this thing, man. It is really an amazing piece. Even though I don't believe at all it was sculpted, I think it was poured and magnetroned into the perfect gem it is. But the design on it is fucking incredible. Okay, nothing less than incredible. Because it is definitely a shadow object that gives you completely two different versions on one model. And every time I look at it, it's just more sensible what's on it. It makes so much more sense out of it. Like I said, from day to day, it's like, holy shit. Now that I've actually sitting here and just keep turning around and looking at it, it really makes an awful lot of sense. And I want to see the high definition to see any nuances in this pattern. It sure does, Glenn. It sure does. I've been talking to the Wolf clan up there, Wolf Creek, Virginia. They're having an archaeological dig today, and I just sent them a couple more videos of this snake head that we found in Michigan. That well, they're on my page, so I'm sure you've seen them. But I sent them the footage of it, and wow, I hadn't found the Egyptian feather on it yet, but I'm not done looking at this thing either. Like I said, I feel like I'm only halfway done actually looking at this fucking rock and understanding what's on it. It's so much on it. It's like looking at a 3D version of that amazing fucking hieroglyph that had the story of every atom in existence on it. It's one of those things. It's like, oh my god, just give me a minute because I really missed something over here. And look at this kind of thing. Every time you look at it, it makes more and more sense why it's made this way. Yes, Glenn, it's physics. Amazing. Fucking Christ, man. Wow. And it just depends on what angle you're looking at, what story you're getting. I love peacocks, Shrimpy. Yeah, Sparky, it really is. Every angle you turn it, you get a different story. You either see the square hieroglyphs or you see the round fucking hieroglyphs that are the solar plumes, and they're telling a different story. One that I'm starting to really grasp. I'm like, oh wait a minute, that's not just a solar plume. That's a map of the solar system with the blue Kagina and Earth included. This has got to be pre-trapping of here. This is how the Pantheon looked, because I'll be damned if that isn't the planet of the crossing right there. And the Ankh around the same eye that is the solar disk in this picture that I'm looking at. So it's showing me the magnet signatures that I've pointed out several times on that stela as Earth right here. I'm like, oh shit. Wait a minute. What am I looking at? I just had that revelation today. So I am really curious about getting a high definition image of this and seeing what every little detail on this thing is trying to reveal to us, because I'm starting to make sense out of what I'm seeing. Mm, fucking amazing. Oh, you got a bunch of subs, Glenn. Every one of them's a good heart watching you. I didn't have any content. I had almost fucking 6,000 people when I started making videos on angry catfish. Actually, it was Catfish Glass was my first channel that got kicked off of YouTube. Steve Olson mentions that one in in the WSO interview of Eye of Ra on Ghost. He's like, so Catfish Glass got shut down. Yeah, it did. Fucking assholes. I posted up my third video on that channel and it went down quick. The whole channel. They took it away, dude. Because I downloaded this, I believe it's the second video on this channel. It was the first video on Angry Catfish, and it stayed for a couple of years. But it was my tennis ball rendition of Why the Moon's Doing a Cartwheel that got my channel removed from fucking YouTube. And Google. I was Google banned. It's the whole thing sucked. I had no idea how to make a new account and get it tied into my phone. Everything stopped working. I couldn't get online. I was a little bit upset about that, but the most thing I was upset about at that point was on that channel it had Seamus playing in the leaves at 3 years old in Fresno, and I lost those videos. Those were the first videos I had, and my buddy Graham had downloaded them from a camera that I had a long time ago. I didn't know how to do it. But it took me the longest time to realize that was actually my channel on YouTube. I was like, oh shit, wait a minute. I mean, like years. I watched some videos and shit, and then I went around making comments all over the place, and I kept getting subs from just making comments about the moon. And yeah, I started putting up content, and they fucking killed the channel instantly. Just bam. I was like, oh fuck me running. Hey, it might. It might, Sparky. That would be interesting. Yeah, Vigorous, this is no coincidence. We've all met here. And we've definitely been around for a while, knowing one another. Creators working in mysterious ways. And life is definitely stranger than fucking fiction. They don't even want us to even be able to contemplate this depth of fucking crazy. That's why they're afraid of us. Crazy fuckers. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ask Chad and Danielle if they will message Tom and Amber over there and see if they want to do their floor tonight, or if the fact that they've been quiet about it since they got home mean that they'd rather do it tomorrow. And depending on that answer, I'm either going to disappear for a couple of hours or I'm going to fucking come back and cook some dinner. Yeah, vigorous. That's why I hope this message gets back to them before they start choking on their last supper, man. Because they need to have this conversation with themselves as to what they really are. They're not dumb. But how arrogant are these fucks? I mean, I'm looking at some arrogance unbridled. Number one, to even consider being enlightened enough to fucking take the responsibility of judging over any race of being souls is awful presumptuous. And being warned so clearly that I can understand the warning through their fucking writings about them where they're fucking up. So to, I expect this fucking shit to start reversing and being like, oops, I'm sorry. This is what happened. We're going to do this and go home and heal our planet. But it looks like they ain't doing that. But then again, we just discovered their doorway to their halls of Amenti, direct entrance into that fucking so-called fucking temple. We don't have a 3,000-mile journey once we get under the Sphinx. We got an access right direct to the fucking halls at this point in time. And I would hope that they recognize their own story of what's coming. Because apparently Creator told them in a detail that makes me fucking dizzy what to look for. And we're here at this point. We've uncovered the temples of Thoth. And they got to be well aware the so-called enemy is at the gate. I hope they start taking this seriously and do a little self-reflection in their hole. If I gotta go down there and turn off their fucking machines, I'm gonna be kind of upset by the time I get all the way down there. But taking to the account that their opening statements are how that in the tablets of Thoth, the beings of light so enlightened they came to help man be judges over our souls and thus grant access to creation only thereupon fucking growing our energy, climbing over each other, and total opposition of what Creator had in mind. And then the purpose of which they sit there and tell us that it is to prolong their own lives, that they sit in the fucking radiance of men's fucking, the soul light, the fucking energy coming off our souls. And he opens up the temples and the fucking goes down, talks to the dweller, and the fucking black is night, and the fucking they open the cave, and this is the hall of men's souls shit. I'm all like, wait, what the fuck are you kidding me? So if that's real, then I need to find this temple. And I don't think it's in the middle of the Atlantic. Because Toth didn't say that. He didn't allude to that at all if you listen to what he says in the fucking into the tablets of Thoth. And you go starting to look at all the versions of the tablets of Thoth, and some of them go into a little bit more detail in the fucking temples. And you realize it's not really temples. That's where they lived. I'll be damned if we didn't find it. Creator done said it's going to happen like that through Gadzu, as I understand. Gadzu, the old dude. Yeah. Yeah, Glenn, that's what one of the calming things about knowing what's coming is, yeah, there's going to be billions of people leave the planet in a very quick manner. But they're all going home for the first time in a long fucking time, bro. Each one of them deserves to go there. Every soul deserves to go back to the Creator. How you doing, Rose? Well, the best advice I can give you, Rose, is get on that video section and hit oldest first if you want to know what's going on. We're just having a little bit of a good to hear, a little bit of a discussion of current events and the discoveries of this fucking amazing head. Sitting here messing with my shit. YouTube fucking up. Anyway, deciphering the hieroglyphs on this thing. Hanging out, chilling. What you doing? We dug this up in Hastings, Michigan at Painted Turtle Endeavors backyard. There's white temples of Thoth, the Atlantean. Yeah, it's quite. There's a 10-ton version of this very head in Hastings right there. We've got some archaeologists coming out this week and next, and MSU and the state, Michigan State. Let me see if I can get this right. State Historical Preservation Officer is wanting to make a historical heritage site out of it. Yeah, it's actually blue jade. The whole thing's blue jade, but it's got the tritium across the entire skin of the exposed structure when it went through a nuclear blast with the big one. It looked like glazing, but it's the yellow glass that they use to classify um, Sodom and Gomorrah just recently. Well, the local natives say the gods had a war there that, and they describe the bright flashes and everything and the wrinkling of the land, and that area is wrinkled and stuff because the glaciers, when they came down through there, missed that area. Although they went all the way through Columbus, Ohio, they missed that area in Michigan. And uh, well, obviously, uh, post glaciation, the gods had a war there that wrinkled the freaking land. And they had to come up with some kind of excuse to explain it away. But that's where we found it. Cool, Rose. Have a good day. If you want to know the secrets that humanity's looked for, hit that video page and go oldest first. Work your way back up. I promise you won't be disappointed. You'll know everything I do in the fucking world. Fucking beautiful day. Some folks do for vigorous. Some folks do. Beautiful day. All right, I'm gonna go out. Too bad I don't have music to give you, because fucking YouTube would strike the fuck out of us. Kill the feed and step on my neck. But I'm gonna go talk to Chad and Danielle, see if they can't find out if they want this thing done tonight or what. Cause I've been waiting a long fucking time to do that today. I'll be back. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Oh, that's you do that best. Usually the view count climbs when I leave. I notice people stick around. They're like, "Fuck, that crazy meth head left." Okay, did you hear what he said? Damn it. Oh, yeah, Rose left. It's all good. I shall return.